Have you ever wondered what secrets lie buried deep within the earth? What stories are waiting to be rediscovered in places the world has long forgotten? The Appalachian Mountains are beautiful, ancient, and riddled with thousands of abandoned mines. They're a tempting lure for urban explorers and history buffs alike, promising a glimpse into a bygone era. But for every piece of history you might find, there's a hidden danger waiting in the dark. These tunnels are unstable, the air can be toxic, and it's incredibly easy to get lost in the labyrinth of passages. Going in with a team is risky enough, but going in alone, that's a different level of danger entirely. In the clip we're about to show you, one explorer decides to break that cardinal rule. You're about to see what it's like to be deep underground, with no backup, and only a flashlight beam to cut through the absolute darkness. My name is Javier Rojas. You will not, however, find that name on any official records, not anymore. To the world, to the government, and more importantly, to the men who want me dead, I am a ghost. I am a loose end they failed to tie, and I am running from the kind of people who do not tolerate mistakes, especially their own. They are not men who forgive or forget. They are men who erase. I knew I needed to do the same to myself, to find a hole so deep and so dark that their reach could never find me. The sprawling, ancient spine of the Appalachian Mountains seemed like the perfect place to vanish. I found it on my 4th day of searching the backwoods of West Virginia, a place where the trees grow thick and the hills fold in on themselves, hiding secrets and scars. It was an old, unmarked drift mine, little more than a jagged mouth in the side of a moss-covered hill. Ah, Coyote Hole, one of the old-timers in a dusty gas station had called them, his eyes distant with memory or caution. These were mines dug by desperate men, following a coal seam with nothing but a pickaxe and a prayer, abandoned when the seam ran dry or the roof gave way. There were no maps, no records, no names. It was a perfect, forgotten grave. I gathered my meager supplies. A duffel bag filled with stolen canned goods, a case of bottled water, a heavy-duty flashlight with a dozen extra batteries, and a rusty tire iron for protection, and vanished into the earth. I believed then that the crushing darkness and the profound isolation were a small, acceptable price to pay for my life. I was wrong. It was merely a down payment. The first week was a masterclass in misery. The primary lesson was the cold. It was not simply a low temperature. It was a physical presence, a constant, knowing entity that seeped through my clothes, through my skin, and into the very marrow of my bones. It was a damp, predatory cold that the thickest layers couldn't repel. I spent my waking hours huddled in a sleeping bag, shivering, my breath pluming in the beam of my flashlight like a fleeting spirit. Sleep was a shallow, fitful thing, punctuated by violent shivers that racked my body. I survived on cold beans and lukewarm Vienna sausages washed down with the scummy, mineral-tasting water that dripped incessantly from the rock ceiling into one of my empty cans. The rhythmic plink, plink, plink was my only clock in a world without sun or moon. Yet, the silence was harder to endure than the cold or the hunger. It was an absolute, profound silence, so total that it felt loud, a physical pressure building against my eardrums, making me feel as if my skull were on the verge of bursting. In the city, there is always a hum, a distant siren, the thrum of life. Here, there was nothing. The void was so complete that my own heartbeat became a frantic drum against my ribs, the sound of my own breathing a harsh, desperate rasp. To break the oppressive monotony, I began to talk to myself. At first, it was just whispers, plans for a future I wasn't sure I'd have. Then I began to narrate my actions. Javier is now opening a can of beans. A delicacy. Soon. I was having full-blown conversations, arguing with myself, telling jokes and laughing hollowly into the void. It was a desperate attempt to fill the emptiness, to remind myself that I still existed. After that first week, as the days bled into one another in the timeless dark, the loneliness began to curdle into something more sinister. Paranoia, cold and sharp, began to prick at the edges of my consciousness. My ears, hyper, attuned to the oppressive silence, started manufacturing sounds. I would hear a faint scuttling in the darkness, just beyond the reliable cone of my flashlight beam. I'd whip the light around, my heart hammering, only to find glistening rock and shadow. Rats, I told myself. It had to be rats. But the sound was always singular, a dry, dragging scrape that would stop the moment I tried to pinpoint it. Then came the whispers. They were faint, like the sigh of the wind through a keyhole, except there was no wind down here, a mile deep in the belly of the earth. They were formless, just on the edge of hearing, the cadence of speech without the clarity of words. I knew, with the last vestiges of my rational mind, that it was my own brain playing tricks on me. It was the well-documented psychological toll of absolute sensory deprivation and solitude. I held on to that logical explanation like a prayer, a mantra I repeated in the dark. It's not real. It's in your head. You are alone. On the 9th day, I smelled smoke. It was a faint, acrid scent, the smell of damp wood smoldering. It made no sense. It was an impossible smell for this place. I hadn't made a fire. The risk of carbon monoxide poisoning was too great. I was deep, far deeper than any campfire smoke could possibly drift. My first thought was a jolt of pure terror. They had found me. They'd tracked me to this forgotten corner of the world, and were trying to smoke me out. I grabbed my flashlight in one hand and the cold, heavy comfort of the tire iron in the other, my knuckles white. I had to investigate. The alternative was to wait in the dark for them to come for me. The smell grew stronger, more defined, as I moved deeper into the mine, my footsteps echoing unnaturally in the narrow passage. I came to a section where the tunnel was choked with a thick, gray fog. It wasn't smoke. It swirled and eddied in my flashlight, beam clinging to the rock walls like a living shroud. It was cold to the touch and utterly odorless, a bizarre contradiction to the smoky smell that now permeated the air. I hesitated at its edge, a primal fear rooting me to the spot. But the thought of another human being, even one who wanted to kill me, was a powerful, desperate lure. After 9 days of absolute solitude, I took a breath and pushed into the fog. It was instantly disorienting, the thick vapor clinging to me, muffling all sound until even my own breathing was swallowed. The world was reduced to the shifting gray shapes, illuminated by my wavering beam. And then I saw the eyes. They were just 2 points of burning, malevolent red light, suspended in the gray mist about 20 yards ahead. They didn't blink. They didn't move. They just floated there, watching me with an ancient, predatory intelligence. A low growl echoed through the fog, a sound that vibrated in my chest. It was a demonic, guttural sound, less like an animal, and more like the sound of rock grinding against rock, a scream trying to tear its way out of the earth's throat. Instinct took over. I backed away slowly, raising the tire iron, my eyes locked on those 2 burning embers. The red eyes moved with me, a fixed point in the swirling chaos. Then, the impossible happened. The fog around them began to coalesce, to draw inward, to take shape. It formed the hulking body of a massive black wolf. Its form made not of flesh and fur, but of the shifting, swirling smoke that surrounded it. Its eyes were the burning red coals I had first seen, and its teeth, when it snarled, were jagged points of solidified shadow. In that moment of pure, undiluted terror, a memory surfaced. The old timer at the gas station, talking about the things that lived in the hills. The stories the loggers and miners told around their fires. I had dismissed them as local folklore, the ghost stories of superstitious men. A smoke wolf, he had called it. A demonic creature that could turn its body into smoke at will, allowing it to pass through solid rock, to hunt where no living thing could go. It lunged. It didn't run. It flowed, a wave of shadow and malice. I swung the tire iron with all my strength. Desperate, screaming arc. The metal passed right through the smoky form with no resistance, as if I were swinging at air. The wolf solidified the instant its jaws closed on my forearm. The pain was immense, a blinding, searing agony. Its shadowy teeth felt like shards of ice, and fire being driven into my flesh. I screamed and thrashed, and in that same moment, the wolf dissolved back into a wisp of smoke. The pressure on my arm vanished, but the deep, bleeding puncture wounds remained. It was toying with me, hunting me for sport. My paranoia hadn't been a symptom of my isolation, it was a rational, terrifying response to being hunted by a supernatural predator in its own domain. For the next 2 days, the mind became a relentless, waking nightmare. The concept of time dissolved into a terrifying cycle of darkness, fear, and pain, marked only by the faint, persistent smell of damp, burning wood. The smoke wolf was no mere beast. It was a sadist, a patient predator that savored the hunt. It was everywhere and nowhere at once. The solid rock walls of the mine were its personal playground, and I was the only toy. I would be huddled in my sleeping bag, the tire iron held in a white, knuckled grip, when a wisp of gray smoke would begin to bleed from the ceiling directly above me. It would thicken and coil, the 2 red embers of its eyes igniting in the nascent form before it lunged. I'd roll away, screaming, as shadowy claws raked across my back, leaving trails of fire and ice on my skin. The moment I scrambled to my feet to fight, it would dissipate into nothing. The only evidence of its existence, the fresh, searing pain and the dark blood staining my clothes. It learned to use the silence against me. The whispers I had once attributed to my own fraying sanity returned, but now they were clearer, sharper. They took on the voices of the men I was hiding from, their taunts and threats echoing from the impenetrable darkness just beyond my flashlight's beam. "We know you're in here, Rogus. Nowhere to run." Sometimes it would use the voice of my mother, a soft, sorrowful sound that was somehow more terrifying than the threats. The creature was not just hunting my body, it was feasting on my mind, stripping away my sanity layer by layer. My attempts to fight back were pathetic. I tried wedging the tire iron into a crack in the wall and waiting for it to materialize, hoping to impale it. The wolf simply formed from the rock behind me, its hot, foul breath on my neck before its teeth sank into my shoulder. I tried building a barricade of loose rocks around my small camp, a futile gesture of defiance. The wolf simply flowed through the gaps like water, its smoky tendrils caressing my face before it solidified and attacked. The mine was its body, and I was a foreign parasite it was slowly, methodically destroying. My arm, the site of a first attack, became a canvas of horror. The puncture wounds, deep and unnaturally cold, refused to clot properly. A dark, ugly infection set in, creeping up my veins in angry red lines. A fever took hold, leaving me alternating between violent, bone-rattling chills and sweats that soaked my clothes and sleeping bag. My thoughts grew muddy, and the line between the real and the imagined began to blur. In my delirium, the dripping of the water became the ticking of a clock, counting down my final seconds. The shifting shadows in the corner of my vision became lurking figures. The wolf's psychological warfare was now amplified by my own body's betrayal. My flashlight, my only shield against the absolute dark, became a double-edged sword. Its beam offered a small circle of safety, a tangible reality in the suffocating blackness. But I knew the light was also a beacon, drawing the creature's attention. Several times, it attacked the light itself, a blur of smoke and shadow that would slam into the flashlight, sending it skittering across the rock floor and plunging me into terrifying, heart-stopping darkness. I would scramble for it, my hands patting frantically on the gritty ground, the sound of that low, guttural growl echoing all around me. Finding it and clicking it back on felt like being born again, only to find the monster still waiting at my bedside. During a brief lull in the torment, driven by a desperate need to believe there was some way out, I began to explore a side tunnel I had previously ignored. The beam of my failing flashlight cut a weak, yellowish path through the darkness. The air here was staler, heavier. And then I saw it. Scratched into the rock wall were words, carved with what must have been a piece of stone or a belt buckle. The letters were crude, frantic. It had st iron, theld iron. Below the words was a carving, a stick figure holding a long, thin object, standing before a crude rendering of a wolf. My heart seized. I wasn't the first. Someone else had been trapped here, hunted by the same creature. The old iron. What did it mean? My tire iron was iron, but it was useless. Was there a different kind of iron? Something ancient. My hope was a fragile, flickering thing, but it was the first I had felt in days. I pushed deeper into the tunnel, my eyes scanning the walls, the floor. Around a sharp bend, my light fell upon a jumble of bones, unmistakably human, slumped against the wall. Lying amongst the ribs was a rusted, pitted pickaxe head, the wooden handle long since rotted away. It was old, hand-forged, from a time long before my own. The old iron. A low growl from the tunnel entrance behind me sent a shockwave of ice through my veins. The smell of smoke was suddenly thick, overpowering. It had let me find this. It had led me here to this tomb to show me my own fate. I grabbed the heavy pickaxe head, its rusted surface cold and rough in my trembling hands. This was it. This was my only chance. The red eyes ignited in the darkness of the tunnel, and with a scream that was equal parts terror and defiance, I turned to face my hunter. The red eyes stared at me from the oppressive darkness of the tunnel, burning with a cold, ancient hatred. The smoky form of the wolf began to coalesce, larger this time, its shadowy limbs churning as it prepared to charge. My own fear was a physical thing, a block of ice in my stomach. But the fever burning in my veins and the weight of the old iron in my hand ignited a spark of desperate defiance. This was not just a fight for my life. It was a fight against the suffocating, supernatural dread that had consumed me. It came at me not with a lunge, but as a flowing wave of shadow, a silent, rolling tide of malice. I stood my ground, my knuckles white on the pitted pickaxe head. My modern tire iron had passed through it like a ghost, but the frantic scratching on the wall was my only gospel now. It hates the old iron. As the creature's gaping maw of solidified shadow lunged for my throat, I swung the pickaxe head in a heavy, desperate arc. The impact was immediate and shocking. Instead of passing through, the rusted iron connected with a sickening, wet thud, as if striking solid flesh. A piercing shriek, a sound of pure agony that was nothing like its guttural growls, tore through the mine. It was a sound of metal shearing, of something ancient and fundamental being rent apart. The wolf's form convulsed violently, the smoke flickering and dissipating like a snuffed-out candle flame. Where the iron had struck, the smoky form sizzled and evaporated, leaving a void in its flank. It recoiled, its red eyes blazing now not just with malice, but with shock and pain. It had felt that. For the first time, I had heard it. The knowledge surged through me like a drug. The creature, for all its supernatural power, was not invincible. It was vulnerable. But my victory was short-lived. The wolf's shriek of pain twisted into a roar of pure, unadulterated fury. The very walls of the tunnel seemed to vibrate with its rage. It no longer toyed with me. This was not a hunt anymore. It was an execution. It dissolved completely, vanishing from the tunnel before me. For a heart-stopping second, there was only silence. Then, the rock wall to my left began to bulge and smoke. It was coming through the rock. I didn't wait. I turned and ran, my body screaming in protest, my infected arm a throbbing beacon of agony. I scrambled back the way I had come, my weak flashlight beam bouncing wildly, painting a frantic, terrifying slideshow of glistening rock and deep shadow. Behind me, I could hear it, a terrible grinding sound as it tore its way through the earth. It was faster than me. I could feel the cold seeping from the walls as it paralleled my desperate flight. A pillar of smoke erupted from the floor in front of me, solidifying instantly into the snarling beast, cutting off my path. I didn't hesitate. I charged, screaming, and swung the pickaxe head at its face. It tried to dissolve, but it wasn't fast enough. The iron caught it across the snout. Another agonized, metallic shriek filled the air, and it dissipated, but not before its shadowy claws raked across my chest, tearing through my shirt and skin. I stumbled, the fiery pain nearly buckling my knees, but I forced myself onward. It became a running battle through the labyrinthine tunnels. It would materialize from the walls, the ceiling, the floor, and I would swing, connecting with a limb, a flank, its head. Each blow was met with that soul-shattering shriek, and its form would dissolve, only to reform moments later, further down the tunnel, its attacks growing more frenzied, more desperate. It was a race. It was trying to wear me down, to land a final fatal blow before I could reach the one place it could not follow. The entrance. The world outside. My lungs burned, my vision swam with black spots from the fever and the exertion. My flashlight flickered and died, plunging me into absolute darkness. I screamed in terror, but kept running, my free hand trailing against the rough wall to guide me. I ran blind, fueled by pure adrenaline, the sound of the grinding rock and the furious shrieks of the wounded creature, my only guides. I could smell the smoke, feel the cold of its presence as it tried to surround me. Then I felt it, a change in the air, a faint, almost imperceptible current against my cheek, and a smell not of smoke and damp rock, but of wet leaves and night air. I was close, so close. I poured every last ounce of my strength into a final, desperate sprint. The grinding behind me grew to a crescendo. I could feel the rock wall beside me begin to crumble. I burst out of the coyote hole and into the night, collapsing onto a bed of damp leaves and mud. I rolled over, gasping, my chest heaving, and looked back at the black maw of the mine. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a thick, roiling cloud of black smoke poured from the entrance, a formless, churning mass of rage. The two red eyes burned within it, fixing on me. It surged forward, but stopped abruptly at the threshold, as if hitting an invisible wall. The night air, the moonlight filtering through the canopy, seemed to hold it at bay. The smoke churned and wreathed at the edge of the mine's darkness, unable or unwilling to enter the world of the living. The red eyes held my gaze for a long, terrible moment, promising an eternity of torment if I ever returned. Then, with a final, hateful hiss that sounded like escaping steam, the smoke withdrew, receding back into the depths of the earth until it was gone. I lay there for how long, I don't know, shivering uncontrollably, my body a roadmap of pain. The men I was running from seemed like a distant, almost trivial threat compared to what I had just survived. They were just men. They could be killed. What I had faced in that mine was something else entirely, something ancient and elemental. I am writing this now by the first light of dawn, huddled in the hollow of a fallen tree miles from that cursed hole. My arm is a swollen, purple mess, and the fever is still raging. I came to these mountains to disappear, to become a ghost to the monsters of my own world. I never imagined I'd find a monster that belonged to this one. The men I'm running from would have just killed me. That thing wanted my soul. I survived, but I am not the same man who crawled into that darkness. I am a ghost, yes, but I am haunted now, not by the living, but by the memory of burning red eyes and the impossible creature made of smoke and shadow. I am on the run again, but this time I know to stay in the light. My name is Rhodes, and for the better part of 40 years, I've been a man beholden to the earth. Not as a farmer who nurtures it, but as a prospector who tears at its secrets. My life has been a long, winding pursuit of whispers and rumors, a cartographer's nightmare of faded maps and forgotten claims. I've chased veins of silver through the Rockies and sifted for color in the icy streams of Alaska, always searching for that one monumental score, the kind of discovery that would finally allow me to trade my pickaxe for a rocking chair and a quiet porch. It's a fool's game, most of the time, but the fever for it, once it's in your blood, is a malady without a cure. So, when a Civil War era map fell into my possession, it wasn't just another lead. It felt like destiny calling my name. I acquired it from the estate of a deceased historian, a man obsessed with the esoteric folklore of the Appalachian Mountains. The paper was brittle, smelling of dust and time, and the ink had faded to a ghostly brown. It claimed to pinpoint the location of a dragon's hoard, secreted away in a long abandoned iron mine deep within the mountains of western Maryland. The term itself was fanciful, theatrical, even, but the cartography was precise, the landmarks meticulously detailed in a steady, confident hand. This wasn't the work of a fantasist. It was the work of a man who had been there. The map was riddled with strange, almost childish warnings scrawled in the margins. One section of the trail was marked with the ominous phrase, "Beware the one-eyed star gazer." Further on, near the supposed entrance to the mine, a stark declaration. Here be Snallygasters. I chuckled at that. Snallygaster. A boogeyman from old German folklore. A monster used to scare children into behaving. To my mind, these were nothing more than antiquated codes, rustic equivalents of a no trespassing sign, meant to frighten away the superstitious and the faint of heart. I, however, was neither. Gold fever is a powerful, deafening force. It fills your ears with the siren song of fortune and makes you utterly blind to the cautionary tales of those who have gone before. The only warning I chose to hear was the one that whispered of a life of ease, of debts paid, and a legacy secured. The journey itself was an ordeal. The part of Maryland the map led me to was a wild, untamed tangle of ancient hills and shadowed hollows. A place where the modern world seemed to have lost its footing. I left my truck on a disused logging road and hiked for 2 days. The silence of the forest growing deeper, more profound, with every step. The air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The only sounds were the rustle of unseen things in the undergrowth and the lonely cry of a hawk circling high above. It was a place that felt old, patient, and watchful. Finding the mine was the real challenge. The map indicated it was at the bottom of a steep, treacherous ravine, and the landmark, a trio of lightning, scarred oak trees, was nearly consumed by the surrounding forest. The entrance itself was completely gone, buried under a century and a half of rock slides and soil. It was as if the mountain itself was trying to heal the wound that had been cut into it. It took me a full, back-breaking day of digging, my shovel striking against rock and root, my muscles screaming in protest, just to clear an opening large enough to squeeze through. As the final barrier of dirt and stone gave way, a rush of air sighed from the blackness within. It was a foul exhalation, a breath held for decades. It smelled of rust, of the metallic tang of iron, rich water, but there was something else woven into it, an unfamiliar and unsettling scent. It was sharp, acrid, and vaguely bird-like, the way an old, abandoned roost might smell, but amplified, more potent. I hesitated for a moment, my hand on the edge of the opening, a primal instinct whispering a note of caution in the back of my mind. But then my headlamp beam lanced into the darkness and caught a flicker, a distant, faint glint of something metallic deep inside. The whisper of caution was instantly drowned out by the roar of avarice. That glint was all the invitation I needed. I wriggled through the opening, my pack scraping against the rock, and dropped into the mine proper. The temperature plummeted. The air was still and heavy, the silence absolute. This was no coal mine, with its wide seams and dusty air. This was an old ironworking. The walls, slick with moisture, were streaked with deep, bloody veins of reddish, or that seemed to pulse in the focused beam of my light. The tunnel was narrow, a raw wound carved by hand through the heart of the mountain. It twisted away into an oppressive, perfect darkness that my light could only pierce for a few dozen feet at a time. I consulted the map again, its crinkled surface seeming alien in this subterranean world. It showed a path, a specific series of turns through the labyrinthine tunnels that would lead to a hidden chamber, far from the main shafts. I set off, my boots crunching on the gravelly floor, the sound unnervingly loud in the profound silence. For hours I walked, a solitary speck of light moving through an ocean of black. The only sound was my own breathing and the steady, rhythmic drip. Drip, drip of water from the ceiling, each drop landing with an echoing splash that sounded like a footstep in the distance. I pushed the thought away. It was just the mountain settling, I told myself. Just the sounds of old, deep places. The further I went, the more the mind seemed to press in on me. The air grew staler, and the strange, bird-like smell intensified, catching in the back of my throat. I noticed things I couldn't explain. Long, deep gouges in the rock walls, far too uniform to be natural formations, and too large for any mining tool I could imagine. They looked like claw marks. I ran my fingers over them, a shiver tracing its way down my spine. I rationalized it as the work of bears, perhaps hibernating here long ago, though I knew no bear could score solid rock so deeply. I was deep now, deeper than I had ever been in the earth, and the weight of the mountain above me was a palpable presence. The gold fever still burned hot, but now it was accompanied by a growing chill of unease. I was an intruder here, a trespasser in a place that had been sealed and silent for a very long time. And I was beginning to feel, with a certainty that I could not explain, that I was not entirely welcome. The rational part of my mind, the part that had kept me alive in treacherous landscapes and collapsing tunnels for 4 decades, was screaming at me to turn back. It told me that the gouges in the rock were unnatural, that the intensifying stench was a clear warning of something dangerous and biological, and that the oppressive silence was not empty but waiting. Yet, the gold fever was a more potent, more insidious force. It was a poison that turned reason into a distant whisper and fear into a mere inconvenience. It painted visions of a future free from hardship, a life of quiet dignity bought and paid for by one final, glorious risk. And so, I pushed the mounting dread down, chalking it up to nerves and the disorienting effect of being so deep beneath the world. I had come too far and sacrificed too much to be deterred by shadows and smells. According to the map, I was close. The final landmark was a place where the main tunnel intersected with a natural spring, the water supposedly carving a channel down the left-hand wall. I found it a few hundred yards later. A steady stream of ice, cold, iron, heavy water trickled from a fissure in the rock, staining the wall a brilliant, weeping orange. Just past this point, the map indicated the false wall would be on the right. I ran my hands along the rough, hewn rock, searching for any sign of a seam, a crack, anything that suggested a hidden passage. The wall was solid, unyielding. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought I'd been duped, that this was all an elaborate hoax. But my fingers brushed against a section of rock that felt different, smoother, and hollow when I knocked on it. It wasn't natural rock. It was carefully applied mortar and stone, camouflaged with decades of grime and mineral deposits. It took another hour of hard labor with my rock hammer and pry bar to create an opening. The work was grueling, the air thick and cloying. With every chip of stone I knocked away, the strange, roost-like odor grew stronger, pouring from the unseen space beyond. Finally, with a groan of ancient protest, a large section of the false wall collapsed inward, revealing a darkness that was somehow blacker and more absolute than the tunnel I was in. A wave of the foul air washed over me, so potent it made my eyes water and my stomach churn. It smelled of decay, of metal, and of some vast reptilian musk. But through it, I saw it again. The glint, brighter this time, more insistent. I squeezed through the narrow opening and found myself in a different world. This wasn't a man-made tunnel. It was a natural grotto, a vast cavern that the miners must have stumbled upon and sealed away. The air was surprisingly warm, and the ceiling was so high that the beam of my headlamp couldn't find it, disappearing into an inky void above. My light swept across the cavern, and my breath caught in my chest. There, on the far wall, was the source of the glint. It wasn't a collection of coins or a chest full of bullion. It was something far grander, something that defied belief. It was a seam, a thick, impossibly rich vein of pure, raw gold running like a frozen river of lightning through the dark rock. It was 20 feet high and at least 3 feet thick, glittering and shimmering with a light of its own. It was the mother lode, the dragon's hoard. A wild, triumphant whoop escaped my lips, the sound raw and unrestrained. It echoed in the vast, confined space, bouncing back at me from the unseen walls, a chorus of my own victory. This was it, the culmination of a lifetime of searching. I stumbled forward, my legs weak, my mind reeling with the sheer mind-boggling scale of my discovery. I was rich, not just well off, but wealthy beyond the dreams of kings. As I drew closer to the golden wall, my headlamp beam began to illuminate the floor of the grotto, and the first dissonant note in my symphony of triumph sounded. The ground was not stone. It was littered with debris, a strange and eclectic collection of objects scattered across the cavern floor. I saw the rusted metal buckles of old leather packs, tin cups and canteens from a bygone era, and a scattering of tarnished brass buttons from what looked like military uniforms. My light then fell upon a pile of rusted, iron-toothed animal traps, their cruel jaws agape as if waiting for prey. It was a strange collection, a junk pile of history. And then I saw the bones. They were everywhere. Piles of them scattered among the metallic debris. At first, I thought they were from deer or bears, animals that had wandered in and gotten trapped. But as my light moved, I saw a human skull, its empty sockets staring up at the blackness above. Then another, and another. There were dozens of them. The bones weren't whole. They were splintered, shattered, and crushed, as if something of immense power had snapped them like twigs. Rib cages were caved in. Femurs were broken in half. This wasn't a treasure chamber. It was a slaughterhouse. It was a tomb. A sudden, profound coldness washed over me, extinguishing the fire of the gold fever in an instant. The acrid smell in the air suddenly made sense. It was the smell of a predator's den. A shadow fell over me, sudden and complete, eclipsing the beam of my headlamp. The light hadn't gone out. Something had blocked it. Slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird, I looked up. Something was descending from the high, dark ceiling, descending on vast, silent wings. It was huge, at least 20 feet long, with a serpentine, reptilian body that rippled with muscle. Its wings were not feathered but were made of a thick, leathery membrane, like a bat's, but colossal in scale. Its skin wasn't scales, but had a dull, metallic sheen, like tarnished pewter, and its head was a nightmarish fusion of reptile and bird. Its beak was no beak at all, but a terrifying weapon of serrated, interlocking plates of what looked like raw, sharpened steel. And from the center of its forehead, a single, enormous eye stared down at me. It was the size of a dinner plate, and it glowed with a malevolent, hungry, internal light. The snallygaster, the childish warning on the map, the boogeyman from folklore, was real. And I had just stumbled into its nest. The warnings weren't a code. They were a literal, desperate plea. The one-eyed stargazer wasn't a person. It was this thing. I finally understood. The gold wasn't a treasure to be found. It was bait, a lure to draw greedy fools, like me, into the heart of the mountain, into its larder. The glint of metal I had seen from the entrance wasn't the gold. It was the reflection from its single, monstrous eye. For a long moment that stretched into an eternity, I was completely frozen. My mind, which had just been soaring on the dizzying heights of unimaginable wealth, came crashing down into a chasm of pure, primal terror. Every rational thought, every plan, every dream of the future evaporated, replaced by a single, overwhelming reality. I was in the presence of something ancient and utterly impossible, and it was about to kill me. My muscles were locked. My lungs refused to draw breath, and the triumphant whoop I had let out moments before now felt like a death sentence. A dinner bell rung in the heart of a monster's lair. The creature hung in the air for a second, its vast, leathery wings beating a slow, silent rhythm that stirred the warm, foul air of the grotto. Its single, glowing eye was fixed on me, and in its depths, I saw not rage or malice, but a cold, intelligent hunger that had been waiting patiently for a very long time. Then, it let out a shriek. It was not the sound of any animal I had ever heard. It was a piercing metallic cacophony, a sound like a locomotive tearing itself apart. A grinding, tearing shriek that vibrated through the rock and into the marrow of my bones. As the sound echoed through the vast cavern, it dive-bombed me. The sheer speed of its descent was staggering. One moment it was hovering high above. The next it was a plummeting nightmare of pewter skin and serrated steel. I reacted on pure instinct. A lifetime of navigating treacherous terrain, taking over my petrified body. I threw myself to the side, landing hard on the bone, littered floor, scrambling behind a large rock formation that jutted from the ground. I was not a moment too soon. The creature's talons, each the size and sharpness of a meat hook, slammed into the spot where I had been standing. They didn't just scratch the surface, they gouged deep. Yard-long furrows into the solid stone, sending shards of rock flying like shrapnel. The impact shook the very ground beneath me. It landed with a heavy, solid thud, its reptilian body coiled with a terrifying power. It turned its head, and that single, luminous eye fixed on my hiding place. I was trapped. The only way out of the grotto was past it. 100-foot dash across open ground that I knew I could never make. My mind raced, cycling through a frantic, useless inventory of my gear. A rock hammer, a pry bar, a canteen of water, all useless against a beast that could carve through stone. I was going to die here. Another set of splintered bones, to be added to the collection on the floor. My name would be added to the long, silent list of fools who had followed this map to their doom. As the creature took a step towards me, its metallic claws scraping against the rock, a fragment of memory surfaced from my research into the region's folklore, a detail I had dismissed as quaint superstition. The old German settlers, the ones who had first named the Snallygaster, used to paint large, 7-pointed stars on their barns to ward it off. The historian whose map I now possessed had noted in his journals that the creature was a thing of darkness, stargazer, that hunted in the moonless nights and was said to despise intense, unexpected light. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble based on a folk tale, but it was the only shot I had. My hands, shaking so violently I could barely control them, fumbled at the clasps of my backpack. I tore it open, my fingers searching frantically for the one thing that could save me. The creature was closer now, lowering its head, its terrible steel beak opening and closing with a series of sharp, metallic snaps. It was toying with me, savoring the kill. My fingers closed around the familiar, cylindrical shape of a signal flare. With a surge of adrenaline, I pulled it out. The creature charged. It didn't run, it lunged, a blur of motion that covered the distance between us and a heartbeat. Its metallic beak was wide open, ready to snap me in two. In that split second, with the stench of the monster washing over me, I struck the flare's cap against the igniter strip. The grotto, which had known only darkness for a century, was instantly and violently flooded with a brilliant, hissing, crimson light. The flare erupted with the intensity of 1,000 suns, painting the cavern walls in a lurid, dancing red. The effect on the Snallygaster was immediate and catastrophic. It shrieked again. But this time the sound was not one of aggression, but of pure, unadulterated agony and confusion. It recoiled violently, throwing its massive head back, its single eye squeezed shut against the blinding, painful glare. The light seemed to burn it, the skin on its face smoking and sizzling where the intense magnesium flame licked at it. It thrashed wildly, its wings beating the air, its talons tearing at its own face in a desperate attempt to shield its eye from the light it so hated. I didn't waste the opportunity. I didn't even think. I just ran. I scrambled out from behind the rock and sprinted, my legs pumping harder than they ever had before. I ran past the blinded, thrashing creature, so close I could feel the heat radiating from its body and the wind from its flailing wings. I ran out of the grotto, leaving the horrifying tableau of the monster writhing in the red glow behind me, and plunged back into the familiar, comforting darkness of the mine tunnels. I could hear it recovering behind me. Its enraged, pain-filled shrieks echoed through the mountain, no longer the sound of a predator, but of a wounded and furious god. That sound spurred me on. I ran faster than I have ever run in my life, fueled by a terror so pure and absolute it felt like a physical force at my back. I didn't look at the map. I didn't care about the right turns. I just ran, following the tunnel, my headlamp beam bouncing wildly, praying it would lead me to the outside world. The winding tunnels that had seemed so menacing on the way in now felt like a sanctuary, a shield between me and the horror in the grotto. The shrieks grew more distant, but they never faded completely, a constant, horrifying reminder of what was hunting me in the deep dark. After what felt like an eternity, I saw it, a faint, pale light ahead. Daylight. I burst out of the narrow opening I had dug, tumbling into the bright, sunlit afternoon, collapsing in the dirt and leaves, gasping for the clean, fresh air of the forest. I lay there for a long time, my body trembling, my lungs burning, the sound of my own ragged breathing, the most beautiful music I had ever heard. I didn't get the gold. I didn't get the motherlode that would have set me up for life. But as I lay there, feeling the warm sun on my face, I knew I had emerged with something infinitely more valuable in my life. Some treasures are best left buried. And some dragons, I now know, are best left to sleep in their ancient, golden lairs. My name is Loretta Gable, and for the past 3 years, I have been the creator and sole investigator for the YouTube channel, Appalachian Echoes. It is, by most metrics, a modest endeavor. I don't have a flashy production crew or a budget for Hollywood-style reenactments. My viewership is a small but dedicated community of paranormal enthusiasts, local historians, and those, like me, who feel the deep, resonant pull of the mountains and the stories buried within them. My work is not about chasing fleeting shadows in sanitized, pre-packaged haunted locations. It is a deeply personal chronicle. My gimmick, as some might call it, is that I investigate the very places where my own blood was spilled, where my family toiled, triumphed, and ultimately perished. It's genealogy with a Geiger counter, history with a spirit box. Each location: the collapsed O'Malley Quarry, the abandoned Blackwood Creek Mill, the overgrown plot of land that once housed the Gable family homestead before it was consumed by fire in 1911, is a chapter in my own story. I walk the grounds where my ancestors walked, breathe the air they breathed, and listen for their voices in the static between worlds. It's a way of connecting with a past that feels both immensely distant and hauntingly present. For the Season 3 finale, I knew I had to go deeper, both literally and figuratively. The target was the old Penrose Mine, a place that holds a particularly somber significance in my family's history. It was there in the autumn of 1932 that my great-grandfather, Jedediah Gable, drew his last breath. He wasn't a victim of a cave-in or a fall, the typical dangers of the trade. He was one of 17 men lost in a catastrophic methane explosion on the 3rd level, a disaster that scarred the local community for a generation. I grew up with the story, a cautionary tale whispered by my grandmother. Jedediah was a ghost in our family album, a sepia-toned photograph of a man with kind eyes and a strong jaw. His face smudged with the very coal that would eventually claim him. My objective was singular and deeply personal. I wanted to capture an EVP, an electronic voice phenomenon, of Jedediah. I wasn't seeking proof of the afterlife for my viewers, or a sensational clip to go viral. I just wanted to hear his voice, to have a single, fleeting connection with the man I'd only ever known through faded pictures and second-hand stories. It was a pilgrimage, a high-tech seance driven by a simple human need for closure. I made the decision to go in alone. My usual companion, a skeptical but steady friend named Dale, was unavailable, but in truth, I preferred it this way. This was too personal to share. It felt like a private conversation I needed to have, and the presence of another person would feel like an intrusion. Armed with my best audio equipment and a healthy dose of hopeful skepticism, I drove my beat truck up the winding gravel road that led to the Penrose site. The mine entrance was a gaping maw in the side of the mountain, partially obscured by a century of vegetative growth. A rusted, corrugated metal fence had been erected years ago, but it had long since been peeled back by time, weather, and determined explorers. The air itself seemed to change as I approached, growing cooler, heavier, and smelling of damp earth and something else, something metallic and ancient, like old blood. The Penrose was a deep shaft mine, not a gentle slope into the earth. The primary means of access was an elevator cage, a skeletal box of wrought iron hanging from a thick, rust-caked cable. It was connected to a massive, hand-cranked winch system housed in a dilapidated wooden shed. The mechanism looked like a medieval torture device, all gears and levers and grease, blackened iron. I spent a full hour inspecting it, testing the brake, checking the integrity of the cable as best I could. It was a risk, a profound one, but it was the only way down. Securing my gear inside the cage, I took a deep breath and began to turn the crank. The groan of the winch was a deafening, metallic scream that echoed across the silent mountainside. Slowly, painstakingly, the cage began its descent, protesting every inch of the way. The circle of daylight above me shrank, and I was swallowed by a profound and absolute blackness. The only light was the beam of my headlamp, cutting a nervous, dancing circle in the oppressive dark. The shaft was slick with moisture, and the air grew colder with every foot I descended, the scent of wet rock and decay intensifying. My destination was the third level, the site of the explosion. The miners had nicknamed the largest chamber on that level Deacon's Hall, a cavern of unusual size, where they would often gather to eat their midday meal. It felt like the most logical place to begin. After an unnervingly long descent, the cage shuddered to a halt, aligning with the dark opening of the third level. Stepping out onto the rocky floor was like stepping into another world. The silence was the first thing I noticed. It wasn't just quiet, it was a physical presence. A heavy, suffocating blanket of silence that pressed in on me, making the sound of my own breathing feel like a vulgar intrusion. My headlamp beam cut through the darkness, revealing a vast cathedral-like space. The walls were a tapestry of glistening black rock and pale, ghostly mineral veins. The air was still and frigid. I methodically unpacked my equipment. The familiar clicks and snaps of the cases, a small comfort in the immense void. I set up 3 high-sensitivity digital recorders in a triangular formation to capture a wide audio field. At the center, I placed my spirit box, a device that rapidly scans AM and FM radio frequencies, creating a bed of white noise that spirits can theoretically use to form words. Finally, I set up a parabolic microphone, a large dish designed to capture even the faintest of sounds, pointing it towards the deepest, darkest corner of the chamber. With everything in place, I sat down on an overturned ore cart, the cold of the metal seeping through my jeans. The only sounds were the gentle hum of my electronics and the rhythmic, slow drip, drip, drip of water seeping from the rock ceiling into a puddle somewhere in the darkness. It was time. I took a deep, steadying breath, my heart pounding a nervous rhythm against my ribs. Jedidiah Gable, I began, my voice sounding small and thin in the vastness of the hall. My name is Loretta Gable. I'm your great-granddaughter. I've come here to talk to you. If you are here, if you can hear me, please, give me a sign. For an hour, there was nothing. The silence answered my pleas. The spirit box hissed with static. The recorders captured only the ambient dripping. And the parabolic mic picked up nothing but the sound of my own increasingly anxious breathing. The initial hope began to curdle into a familiar sense of foolishness. I was a grown woman, sitting alone in a dangerous, abandoned mine, talking to herself. The weight of the rock above me felt immense, and a cold, lonely feeling began to creep into my bones. I was about to pack it in, to label the finale bust, when the spirit box crackled. It was a subtle shift, a change in the texture of the static. And then, through the hiss, a single word materialized. It was faint, but it was unmistakably clear. Here. My breath hitched in my throat. My heart felt like it had leaped into my esophagus. It couldn't be. It was just random radio chatter, a phonetic fluke. It had to be. I leaned closer to the device, my hands trembling. Jedidiah, is that you? Did you say here? The static swirled, and then, again, the word came through slightly stronger this time. Here. Tears welled in my eyes, hot against my cold skin. It was him. After all the years of searching, of listening to empty rooms and silent graveyards, I had found him. A wave of emotion, a potent cocktail of grief. Joy and profound relief washed over me. Great-grandfather. I stammered, the words catching in my throat. I don't know what to say. I just wanted to find you. Are you okay? The answers came in short, disjointed bursts, each word a small island in an ocean of static. A shiver that had nothing to do with the ambient temperature ran down my spine. "Yes," I whispered. "It's so cold down here." Sort. My mind flashed to the violence of the explosion, to the image of a body broken by rock and fire. The tears now flowed freely down my cheeks. "I'm so sorry," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "I'm so sorry for what happened to you." The next word that came through the static was the one that broke me. Sorry. He was apologizing to me for leaving, for the pain his death had caused the family for generations. It was too much. I was openly sobbing now, a raw, cathartic release of a sorrow I hadn't even realized I was carrying. This was more than I could have ever hoped for. It was a true connection. It was healing. Then the tone changed. The air in the chamber, which was already frigid, seemed to drop another 10 degrees. A strange, low-frequency hum began to emanate from my equipment, a sound that made the fillings in my teeth ache. The friendly, albeit faint, connection I felt was gone, replaced by something else, something heavy and oppressive. Taking a shaky breath, I wiped the tears my face and asked the question that had been at the heart of my quest from the very beginning. "Jedidia, are you at peace?" The spirit box hissed violently, the static screeching like tearing metal. For a moment, I thought the device had shorted out. Then, a new voice pushed through the noise. It was nothing like the faint, reedy whisper I had been hearing. This voice was deep, resonant, and impossibly cold. It was layered, as if multiple voices were speaking at once, and beneath it all was a strange, vibrating hum, and it said two words that made my blood run cold. "He is not here." Time seemed to freeze in the subterranean chamber. The two words, "He is not here," hung in the frigid air, an auditory icicle, piercing the fragile bubble of my grief and joy. My mind scrambled for a rational explanation. It had to be a stray radio signal, a cross-contamination of frequencies from some distant station. Perhaps a late night talk show, or a ham radio operator bleeding through the static. It was a coincidence, a cruel and perfectly timed fluke. But the voice, the quality of it was unlike anything I had ever heard. It was a chord, not a note. A composite of grinding stones and dry whispers, all resonating at a frequency that felt fundamentally wrong. I froze, my hand hovering over the spirit box, my knuckles white. The cathartic tears on my cheeks turned instantly cold, feeling like tracks of ice. The comforting hum of my equipment had been subsumed by this new, deeper vibration, a low thrum that seemed to be coming not from the speakers, but from the very floor beneath my feet. I could feel it through the soles of my boots, a subtle but persistent tremor that worked its way up my legs and settled in my chest, a disquieting internal resonance. "Who is this?" I asked, my voice a pathetic, trembling thing. The question was a reflex, the automatic response of an investigator. But the courage behind it had evaporated. I was no longer a researcher in control of an experiment. I was a child who had just lifted a rock to find something squirming and ancient underneath. The spirit box crackled with a new intensity. The needle on my EMF meter, which had been dormant, suddenly slammed to the right, its frantic ticking cutting through the humming. The LED lights on my digital recorders began to flicker in unison, their steady green eyes now blinking wildly, as if in a state of panic. It was a classic sign of a powerful electromagnetic field, the kind of event paranormal investigators dream of. But this felt different. It wasn't the fleeting, playful energy of a residual haunt. This was oppressive, dominant, a tidal wave of raw power that made the air feel thick and hard to breathe. The layered voice returned, pushing through the static with a force that made the small speaker on the spirit box distort. We are here. We have always been here. The words were slow, deliberate, each syllable a grinding inevitability. Before the mine, before the mountain. A primal fear, cold and sharp, lanced through me. This was not the voice of a human spirit. Human ghosts, if they exist, are echoes of a life lived. They are tied to emotion, to tragedy, to place. This voice, it spoke of geological time, of Yon's passing in darkness. It spoke with the authority of the bedrock itself. The temperature in Deacon's Hall, which had already been uncomfortably cold, plummeted. I could see my breath now. A thick, white plume in the beam of my headlamp. A thin layer of frost began to crystallize on the metal casing of my parabolic microphone. The low, vibrating hum that I felt in my bones intensified. It was no longer just a sound. It was a physical pressure building in the chamber. My ears popped. I felt a strange, disorienting vertigo, as if the entire cavern were tilting on an unseen axis. The source was undeniable now. It was coming from below me, from the deep, deep rock. From the heart of the mountain. "What do you want?" I whispered, the words barely audible over the hum and the frantic ticking of the EF meter. It was a stupid question, born of terror and a desperate need to apply human logic to something utterly inhuman. The spirit box spoke again, and this time, the chorus of voices was clearer, a tapestry of static and ancient whispers that seemed to worm their way directly into my consciousness. "We want the silence back." The statement was simple, devoid of malice, yet it carried a terrifying weight. "You are loud. Your world is loud. We have been sleeping. You woke us." And in that moment, the terrible, crushing truth of my situation became clear. My great-grandfather was not here. He was a ghost I had been chasing, but he was not the one I had found. All my equipment, my focused intent, my raw emotional energy poured out into the darkness. It hadn't been a gentle knock on the door to the spirit world. It had been a drill bit. I hadn't reached across the veil to the land of the dead. I had punched a hole down. I had become an antenna, a focal point of energy in a place that had been silent for millennia. My grief, my hope, my electronic signals, they were a cacophony in the deep, geological dark. I hadn't made contact with a soul. I had sounded an alarm in the bedroom of something that should have been left to slumber. This wasn't a ghost. It was something older, something elemental, and utterly alien to the human experience. A telluric consciousness, a thing of stone and time and pressure, sleeping beneath the Appalachians. A cosmic horror in its most literal sense. The hum grew louder still, the pressure in the chamber building, to an almost unbearable level. It felt like being at the bottom of the ocean. The rock around me, the solid, dependable walls of the mine, began to emit a low groaning sound, the sound of immense stress. Small pebbles skittered down from the ceiling, and a fine dust began to rain down, sparkling in my headlamp beam. I could feel an immense, dispassionate consciousness focusing on me. It wasn't angry. It wasn't hateful. It was annoyed. I was an insect buzzing in its ear, a persistent, irritating noise that had disturbed an ancient peace. And it was beginning to stir, to flex, to consider the simplest way to make the noise stop. That was the most terrifying part. The sheer cosmic indifference. To this entity, I was not a person. My life, my fears, my desperate search for a long, lost relative. It was all meaningless, A brief, high-frequency squeal in an eternity of low-frequency silence. It would extinguish me not out of malice, but simply for the sake of quiet. I abandoned everything. The carefully arranged recorders, the parabolic mic, the spirit box that was still spewing its chorus of ancient whispers. It was all just junk now, offerings to a god I never knew existed. Survival instinct, pure and unthinking, took over. I scrambled back towards the shaft, my feet slipping on the dusty, uneven floor. I didn't dare look back into the main chamber. I could feel that immense, silent attention fixed on me. A weight on my skin, a pressure in my skull. I fumbled for the elevator cage, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grasp the cold iron bars. I threw myself inside, heedless of the gear I knocked over. My only thought was up. I grabbed the large iron crank on the winch, the one I had so carefully and slowly turned on the way down. There was no care now. I threw my entire body weight into it, my muscles screaming in protest against the sudden, frantic exertion. The winch groaned, the gears shrieked, and the cage began to ascend with a sickening lurch. As I rose, the humming from below intensified into a deafening, soul-shaking roar that seemed to shake the entire mountain. The elevator shaft became a resonant chamber, amplifying the sound until it felt like it was tearing me apart from the inside out. The rock walls vibrated violently, and I saw cracks begin to spiderweb across their slick surfaces. I didn't look down. I was terrified of what I might see looking back up at me from the abyss. A formless shape of darkness, or worse, nothing at all. Just the crushing certainty of an ancient waking mind. Each turn of the winch was an act of pure, animalistic desperation. My muscles, already strained from the controlled descent, were now bundles of screaming fire. My lungs burned, each breath a ragged gasp of cold, dusty air. The roar from the depths of the Penrose was a physical entity, a wave of sound that hammered against the iron cage and vibrated through my skeleton. It was the sound of a world waking from a dreamless sleep, the groan of tectonic plates shifting in their ancient beds. The shaft itself seemed to be constricting, the rock walls groaning under a pressure they were never meant to bear. Dust and small stones rained down, pinging off the cage's roof and stinging my exposed skin. My headlamp beam, slick with my own sweat, bounced and jittered, offering fractured, terrifying glimpses of the ascent. The thick support timbers that lined the shaft, black with a century of moisture, were splintering. I saw a large crack race up the wall beside me, a dark fissure opening like a wound in the living rock. The entire mountain was groaning in protest at the awakening in its heart. The cage swayed violently, slamming against the sides of the shaft, and for a terrifying moment, I thought the cable would snap, plunging me back into the roaring, conscious darkness. But the fear of falling was nothing compared to the fear of what was below. I refused to look down, but I could feel it. I could feel that immense, indifferent attention rising with me, a column of pure pressure pushing up from the abyss. It wasn't chasing me in a physical sense. It was simply expanding. Its awareness filling the void I had created, and I was caught in its wake. The thought of it seeing me, of its ancient, non-visual perception truly focusing on my small, terrified form, was a horror beyond comprehension. My hands were raw, my vision blurred with sweat and tears of panic. I lost all track of time. There was only the burning in my arms, the shriek of the winch, and the world-ending roar from below. Then I saw it, a pinprick of gray light far, far above. The surface. The sight sent a surge of adrenaline through my exhausted body. I poured every last ounce of my strength into cranking the winch, the gears screaming in protest. The roar from below seemed to reach a crescendo as I neared the top, as if the entity knew it was losing its connection to the noisy insect that had disturbed it. The final few feet were the hardest, the cage snagging and jerking on the damaged track. With one final, agonized heave, the cage floor scraped level with the surface. I didn't wait for it to settle. I clawed my way out of the iron bars and collapsed onto solid ground, scrambling away from the gaping maw of the shaft on my hands and knees. I lay there, gasping on a bed of damp leaves and pine needles, my body trembling uncontrollably. The air, the cool, clean air of the Appalachian evening, had never tasted so sweet. The sky above was a canvas of deep indigo, the first stars of the evening beginning to appear. The world was quiet. The roar was gone, contained once more by the earth. But I could still feel the vibration, a faint, residual thrumming in the ground beneath me. I didn't allow myself to rest. A new, urgent imperative seized me. I had done more than just stumble upon something. I had opened a door, and I had to close it. Staggering to my feet, my legs shaking like a newborn foal's, I began to work with a frantic, desperate energy. I grabbed the largest rocks I could lift, heaving them into the mine shaft. They disappeared into the blackness, the sound of their impact swallowed by the immense depth. I found a cluster of fallen logs near the edge of the clearing, and, with strength I didn't know I possessed, dragged them one by one, wedging them over the entrance. I worked until my muscles gave out, until my hands were bleeding and my body was covered in dirt and scratches. I piled rocks, logs, and debris against the entrance, creating a crude, chaotic seal. It was a pathetic barrier against the cosmic force I had encountered, the equivalent of putting a sticking plaster on a volcano. But it was all I could do. It was a prayer, an apology, an act of desperate hope that a closed door might be forgotten. The drive back down the mountain was a blur. I don't remember the winding roads or the familiar landmarks. My mind was a maelstrom of the deep. Layered voice, the soul-shaking hum, and the crushing weight of that ancient, alien consciousness. When I finally stumbled back into my small house, the familiar comfort of my own space felt alien. The hum of the refrigerator, the tick of the clock on the wall. These were the sounds of my world, the loud, intrusive noises that thing beneath the mountain found so irritating. My first act was to go to my editing bay. My expensive, carefully maintained equipment, my pride and joy, now looked like a collection of dangerous artifacts. I pulled the memory cards from the recorders and the camera. I didn't listen to the audio. I didn't need to. I knew what was on there, and the thought of hearing that voice again, in the safety of my own home, was unbearable. I took the cards outside to the burn barrel, in my backyard, doused them in lighter fluid, and tossed in a match. I watched as the plastic warped and melted, the tiny repositories of my terrifying discovery turning to black, acrid smoke. The season finale of Appalachian Echoes would never air. The next day, I logged into my YouTube channel. I looked at the small community I had built, the comments from viewers who shared my passion. And with a few clicks, I deleted everything. The investigations, the theories, the carefully crafted narratives, all of it. I shut down the channel, erased my social media presence, and effectively wiped Appalachian Echoes from existence. It was an act of self-preservation, but it was also an act of public service. I couldn't in good conscience, encourage anyone else to go, looking for the things I had found. My work had been based on the premise that the unknown wanted to be known, that the dead wanted to speak. I now understood how profoundly, terrifyingly wrong I had been. Some things are not meant to be contacted. Some doors are not meant to be knocked on. I was looking for a whisper from the past, a faint echo of a human life. Instead, I put my ear to the ground and heard the slow, deep breathing of the world itself. I almost got swallowed by a silence that was older than time. I no longer investigate the paranormal. I don't seek out the quiet, dark places of the world. I have come to understand that the true horror is not in the remnants of life, but in the vast, ancient, and utterly indifferent things that were here long before us, and will be here long after we are gone, waiting patiently for the silence to return. My name is Declan Murphy, and my business card, if I were foolish enough to have one, would read Resource Reclamation Specialist. It's a clean, corporate-sounding title that masks a dirty, simple truth: I'm a thief. I don't break into homes or pickpockets. My trade is quieter, lonelier. I venture into the forgotten places of the world, the derelict factories, the abandoned hospitals, and my specialty, the played-out mines that pockmark the Appalachian Mountains, and I liberate them of their non-ferrous metals. Specifically, copper. It's a dangerous, physically demanding line of work, but in this part of the country, where steady jobs are as rare as a warm day in January, it pays the bills and then some. You learn to weigh risk against reward, and the scales have always tipped in my favor. My latest target was the North Fork Consolidated Mine, a relic sealed off since a coal seam fire in the late 70s suffocated the operation and, according to the official report, 3 miners who couldn't get out. For over 40 years, it had been left to the woods, a concrete scar on the side of Black Iron Mountain, slowly being devoured by kudzu and time. The locals, of course, had other stories. They spoke of it in hushed tones at the rundown gas station where I'd stopped for coffee and a map. They called it the Haint Hole, and traded tales of strange, echoing noises that drifted down the mountain on still nights, of disembodied lights bobbing in the darkness of its sealed entrance. Ghost stories. Every abandoned place has them. They're the rustle of the wind in the eaves, the groan of settling foundations, the drip of water in a dark place. I've never put much stock in ghosts. A man can't sell a ghost for scrap. What I did care about, what made me drive 6 hours into the heart of West Virginia, was the thousands of feet of high, grade copper wiring the company had left behind when they sealed the doors. In their haste to contain the fire, they'd abandoned everything. To me, that wasn't a tragedy, it was an opportunity. I went in after midnight, under the sliver of a new moon that offered no help at all. The air was cold and bit at my exposed skin, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. My truck was hidden a half-mile down an old logging trail, and I made the final approach on foot, carrying the tools of my trade, a powerful LED headlamp, a pair of 36-inch bolt cutters resting on my shoulder, and a large, empty canvas duffel bag. The main shaft of the North Fork mine was a vertical drop, a gaping black mouth capped with a massive concrete slab and surrounded by a chain link fence bristling with rust and warnings. It was impassable, but my research, gleaned from old county survey maps, had shown a secondary access tunnel, an adit, they called it, cut horizontally into the hillside, a few hundred yards from the main entrance. It was used for drainage and ventilation back in the day. It was my way in. No ropes, no climbing, just a long, dark walk into the belly of the mountain. Finding it was the first challenge. The entrance was almost completely swallowed by a thicket of thorny bushes and ivy. I had to use my cutters to shear a path through, the sharp snap of the branches sounding like gunshots in the profound quiet of the forest. The entrance itself was a low, arched opening, barred by a rusted steel gate that looked like it had been welded shut. But time and weather had been my allies. The lower hinges had corroded completely, and with a grunt of effort and the toe of my steel-capped boot, I was able to bend the bottom of the gate outward, just enough to squeeze through. The moment I crossed the threshold, the world changed. The air became instantly heavy, thick with the smell of must and stagnant water, and so cold it felt like I had walked into a meat locker. The sounds of the forest, the chirping of crickets, the whisper of the wind, vanished, cut off as if by a closing door. All that remained was an absolute, profound silence. A silence so deep it seemed to have a physical weight, pressing in on my eardrums. I stood still for a full minute, letting my eyes adjust, though there was nothing to adjust to beyond the perfect, impenetrable black. I switched on my headlamp. The beam cut a sharp, white cone through the darkness, revealing a tunnel that stretched forward into nothing. The walls were rough-hewn rock, slick with moisture that glistened like oil in my light. A pair of rusted minecart tracks ran down the center of the gravel-strewn floor, disappearing into the gloom ahead. The only sound in the entire world was the crunch of my own boots on the loose rock and the soft hiss of my own breathing. I began to walk, my light bouncing ahead of me, creating dancing shadows that seemed to shy away from the beam. The feeling of being underground is something you never quite get used to. It's a primal awareness that you are somewhere you don't belong, buried under millions of tons of rock and earth. Every instinct screams at you to go back, to return to the open sky. But I was a professional. I pushed the feeling down, focusing on the task, on the copper, on the money. I walked for what felt like an eternity, the tunnel remaining stubbornly, monotonously the same. The air grew staler, thicker. I passed several side tunnels, dark maws branching off into unknown depths, their entrances choked with collapsed rock and rotting timbers. I ignored them, sticking to the main artery. According to the maps, the primary electrical conduit ran about a mile in, where the main adit intersected with a service shaft. And then I saw it. My headlamp beam reflected off a thick, dark artery running along the ceiling, held in place by heavy-duty insulators. It was a bundle of copper cables, thick as my arm. The motherlode. A surge of adrenaline, of pure, greedy satisfaction, washed away the lingering claustrophobia. I dropped my bag, unslung the bolt cutters, and got to work. I positioned myself under the bundle, reached up, and clamped the jaws of the cutters around the first cable. I put my weight into it, squeezing the handles together. The resulting snipe-seared UNH was shockingly loud in the oppressive silence. The sound didn't just happen. It exploded from the cutters, shot down the tunnel in both directions, and echoed back to me a moment later. Distorted and strange, it was a deeply satisfying sound. The sound of progress, the sound of money. I worked with a steady, methodical rhythm. Snip, crunch. A heavy section of cable thudded to the floor. I'd cut it into manageable 4-foot lengths, coil them, and stuff them into my duffel bag. Snip, crh. The pile of dark, coiled copper grew steadily. The bag was getting heavy. I was sweating despite the chill, lost in the repetitive, lucrative labor. An hour passed, maybe more. Time loses its meaning in the dark. It was when I was finishing the first major bundle and preparing to move deeper into the mine that I first heard the other sound. It was faint, so faint I wasn't sure I'd heard it at all. A scratching. It seemed to come from far, far away, from some deep, unexplored passage ahead of me. It was the sound of something sharp, something hard, scraping against rock. Rats, I figured. The mines were full of them. Big ones, probably, grown fat and bold in the darkness. I paused for a moment, listening, but the sound was gone. I shrugged it off. I had a job to do. I hefted the cutters and moved another 50 feet down the tunnel to the next junction box, my boots grinding on the gravel. I found another thick bundle of cables and clamped the jaws of the cutters around one. Snep, crunch. The echo rolled down the tunnel, and this time, the scratching answered it. It was louder now, closer, and it wasn't just one source. It sounded like dozens of them, a chorus of claws on stone, moving with a frantic, agitated energy. They were still distant, but they were definitely coming from the darkness that lay beyond the reach of my light. I froze, my hands tight on the rubber grips of the bolt cutters. The beam from my headlamp cut a solitary, unwavering path into the darkness ahead, illuminating nothing but more rock, more rusted track, more oppressive emptiness. I swept the light from side to side, painting the damp, glistening walls in broad strokes of white. Nothing. The scratching stopped the moment I did. The silence that rushed back in to fill the void was heavier than before, thick with a listening quality I hadn't noticed until now. It wasn't just the absence of sound, it was an active, waiting quiet. Just rats, I muttered, my voice sounding thin and alien in the vastness. Get a grip, Murphy. The words were meant to reassure myself, but they felt hollow. I've worked in dozens of abandoned places, and I know the sounds they make. I know the skittering of rats, the coo of pigeons in the rafters, the groan of decaying structures. This was different. There was an intelligence to it, a reactive quality that set my teeth on edge. The scratching had started after I began making noise, and it grew more intense, more excited, with each loud crunch of my cutters, as if my work was calling to them. I tried to ignore it. I had a bag half, full of copper and a long way to go. Wasting time on phantom noises wasn't profitable. I turned my attention back to the cable, took a deep breath, and forced myself to continue. I clamped the cutters, braced myself, and squeezed. Snip, crunch. The sound ripped through the silence, and the response from the darkness was immediate and terrifying. The scratching erupted again, but it was no longer distant. It was close, shockingly close, and it was accompanied by a new sound. A frantic, dry skittering, like 1,000 insects scrabbling over loose rock. It wasn't just ahead of me anymore. It was coming from the walls beside me, from the low ceiling above my head. It was everywhere. I spun around, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. My headlamp beam sliced wildly through the darkness, revealing nothing. The tunnel behind me was as empty as it had been moments before. The skittering sound ceased instantly, cut off the very second I stopped moving. I stood panting in the sudden, deafening silence, my light trembling in time with my unsteady hand. My skin crawled with the feeling of unseen eyes, watching me from the impenetrable blackness that ringed my small circle of light. They were there. I knew it with a certainty that went deeper than logic. They were just beyond my sight, waiting. That's when I saw it. On the hard, packed dirt floor, not 10 feet behind where I stood, was something that hadn't been there before. It was a long, deep gouge in the earth, a single, deliberate scratch mark nearly 2 feet long. It was fresh, the displaced gravel still sharp, edged. It looked as if it had been made by a single, massive talon, dragged with incredible force. I hadn't made that mark. My boots left scuffs and prints, not clean, deep incisions like this. Something had been right there, directly behind me. In the instant I had my back turned. The blood in my veins turned to ice. Every ghost story I'd ever dismissed, every local legend I'd laughed at came rushing back. The haint hole. I was no longer a thief in an abandoned mine. I was an intruder in something's lair. The copper, the money. It all seemed laughably insignificant now. All that mattered was the mile of dark tunnel that separated me from the outside world, from the air, from safety. I stood perfectly still, every muscle tensed. I held my breath, straining to hear anything, any clue as to what was out there in the dark. The silence was absolute. It was a predatory silence now, the kind that precedes an ambush. I knew, with a chilling, instinctual clarity, that noise was the trigger. My work, my footsteps, I had been making myself a target. As long as I was quiet, I felt hidden. Not safe, but hidden. Slowly, deliberately, I began to back away. I lifted each foot with painstaking care, placing it down softly, avoiding the loose gravel of the mine cart tracks. I held the heavy bolt cutters in front of me, a useless talisman against a foe I couldn't see. My gaze was locked on the darkness ahead, my headlamp beam a fragile shield. I took one silent step back, then another. The chittering started. It was a soft sound, wet and guttural, and it came from the darkness just at the edge of my light. It was a sound of anticipation, of hunger. It was followed by another, from a different direction, and then another. A low chorus of clicking, chittering noises began to surround me. A conversation happening in a language I was never meant to hear. They were closing in, drawn by a curiosity that was rapidly turning to aggression. I kept backing away, my breath hitched in my throat, my movements as fluid and silent as I could manage. As long as I was quiet, they seemed content to watch, to circle. Another silent step back. The chittering subsided slightly. I could do this. I just had to be quiet. I just had to get back to the entrance without making a sound. It was then that my phone, tucked away in my jacket pocket and completely forgotten, vibrated. It was a low battery warning, a feature I had never bothered to turn off. In the supercharged, predatory silence of the mine, the gentle buzzerist was as loud and sudden as a thunderclap. The sound was a key turning in a lock. The darkness erupted. It wasn't a slow reveal, it was an instantaneous explosion of motion. From the walls, from the ceiling, from the very floor beneath my feet, creatures poured into my circle of light. They hadn't been hiding in the side tunnels. They had been clinging to the rock all around me, their bodies perfectly camouflaged in the deep shadows. They were things of nightmare. Pale and slick, their skin the color of dead flesh. They were roughly the size of large dogs, but built with a horrifying, insectoid grace. They had no eyes, no noses, just smooth, blank faces dominated by massive, bat-like ears that twitched and swiveled, tracking the last vibration of my phone. Below the ears, their mouths gaped open, impossibly wide, filled with rows of needle, sharp teeth that chattered with a wet, clicking sound. They moved with a terrifying, spider-like speed, their long, impossibly thin limbs ending in single, sickle, shaped claws that dug into the rock, propelling them forward in silent, fluid leaps. They had been there the whole time, watching, listening, waiting in the silence. They hunted by sound. My bolt cutters, my footsteps, the buzz of my phone. I hadn't just been working. For the last hour, I had been ringing a dinner bell. A primal scream tore itself from my throat, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. The sound of my own voice drove them into a frenzy. The chittering rose to a deafening shriek as they swarmed. A pale tide of clicking teeth and scrabbling claws. I turned and ran, abandoning the bolt cutters, abandoning the full bag of copper. My boots slipped and slid on the loose gravel. Each footfall a fresh dinner bell. Each ragged gasp for air another invitation. Panic is a poor navigator. The mile of tunnel I had walked with such methodical purpose, on the way, it became an endless, shifting nightmare on the way out. My headlamp, strapped tight to my forehead, was no longer a tool for exploration, but a beacon for my pursuers. The beam slashed wildly with every panicked turn of my head, painting the rock walls in strobing. Distorted flashes of white and black. The rusted minecart tracks were a constant hazard, their decaying sleepers perfectly placed to catch my toe and send me sprawling. Behind me, the shrieking chitter of the creatures was a physical wave of sound, so close that I could feel the vibration of it in the soles of my feet. They were impossibly fast. I risked a glance on my shoulder and immediately regretted it. The tunnel was filled with them, a churning river of pale, slick bodies and clicking claws. They flowed over the floor, the walls, and the ceiling, a single, multi-limbed organism of hunger. Their blank, eyeless faces were all pointed at me, their giant ears swiveling in unison. Locked onto the thunderous rhythm of my heart and a desperate, ragged gasps I sucked into my burning lungs. Every sound I made was a fresh burst of fuel on their predatory fire. I could feel their hot, fetid breath on my heels, a foul stench of damp earth and rot. Something sharp raked across my calf, and I cried out in pain, the sound only making them shriek louder. I kicked backward blindly, my boot connecting with something solid but yielding. There was a wet crunch, and the weight on my leg vanished, but two more immediately took its place. One of them leaped, landing squarely on my back with a force that nearly drove me to my knees. Its claws, sharp as surgical steel, dug into the thick fabric of my jacket and found the flesh of my shoulders beneath. A searing, white, hot pain shot through me. Its mouth a wet, chattering maw of needle, teeth, snapped inches from my neck, its jaw clicking like a faulty engine. Adrenaline surged through me, a primal fear that transcended thought. I didn't slow down. I threw myself sideways, slamming my body against the rough, hewn rock of the tunnel wall with all my strength. The impact was brutal. The creature pinned between me and the rock gave a gurgling shriek that was cut short with a sickening, final crunch of bone and flesh. Its grip loosened and it slid, wet and heavy, to the floor. But the momentum of my desperate maneuver sent me stumbling. My ankle twisted on a loose rock, and I went down hard, my chin cracking against the gravel floor. My headlamp flickered and died. Plunging, absolute darkness swallowed me whole. The sudden absence of light was as disorienting as a physical blow. The shrieking of the creatures, however, did not stop. They were on me in an instant. I could feel them swarming over my legs, their claws tearing at my jeans, their slick bodies writhing against me. I was going to die here, torn apart in the pitch, black belly of a mountain that had already claimed its share of souls. I thrashed wildly, kicking and punching at unseen horrors. My hands found one of the creatures. Its skin was cold, clammy, and unnervingly soft, like a slug's. I roared in disgust and terror, grabbing it and hurling it into the darkness. The sound of my own voice, my own struggle, was a death sentence. They swarmed with renewed ferocity. I felt a sharp, piercing pain in my thigh as a set of teeth locked on. Then, a thought, clear and cold, cut through the red haze of panic. Sound. They hunt by sound. My screaming, my thrashing. I was leading them right to my throat. With a supreme act of will, I forced myself to go still. I clamped my jaw shut, biting my tongue to stifle a whimper of pain. I went limp, playing dead. For a heart-stopping second, the frenzy continued. Then, slowly, it began to subside. The shrieking softened to an inquisitive, confused chittering. The claws stopped tearing. The teeth loosened their grip on my thigh. They were still all around me. I could feel their weight, smell their foul breath, but their attack had lost its focus. In the total darkness and my feigned silence, they were losing me. I was just another motionless object in the black. I lay there for an eternity, my heart pounding a silent, frantic rhythm against my ribs. The creatures crawled over me, their sharp claws clicking softly on the buttons of my jacket. One of them sniffed at my face, its wet mouth so close I could feel the warmth of its breath on my cheek. I held my own breath until my lungs burned, fighting every instinct to scream, to recoil. Finally, after what seemed like a lifetime, the creature chittered softly and moved on. The weight on my body lessened as, one by one, they began to move away. Skittering back down the tunnel toward the source of the last sound they'd heard. My dropped bag of copper and bolt cutters. I didn't move. Not until the last faint scratching and clicking had faded into the oppressive silence. I counted to 500 in the blackness, my own ragged breathing the only sound in the universe. Slowly, painfully, I pushed myself up. My body was a mass of cuts and bruises. Blood was soaking through my jeans from the bite on my thigh. I fumbled for my headlamp, my fingers shaking. I clicked the switch. Nothing. I smacked it against the palm of my hand, a desperate, risky noise. It flickered. Once, twice. Then, blessedly, it came on, its beam weak and yellowed but exquisitely beautifully bright. I didn't wait. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I ran silently, my feet finding a new grace born of terror, my movements fluid and quiet. I was no longer a clumsy intruder, but another predator in the dark. I ran through the oppressive blackness, the weak beam of my lamp my only guide. The memory of those slick bodies and needle teeth my only motivation. The air began to change. The thick, musty stench of the deep mines slowly gave way to a fresher scent, the smell of damp earth and night air. And then I saw it. Far ahead, a patch of darkness that was somehow less dark than the rest. A pale, gray rectangle. The entrance. Hope gave my legs a strength I didn't know they had. I sprinted the last 100 yards, my silent discipline forgotten, and burst out of the mine's entrance, tumbling through the bent steel gate and into the thorny bushes beyond. I didn't care about the thorns that ripped at my face and clothes. I was out. I was under the open sky. I scrambled to my feet and looked back. A few of the creatures had followed me to the threshold of the mine. They stood there, their pale bodies stark against the blackness of the adit, their massive ears twitching in the unfamiliar breeze, their chittering hesitant and strange. They would not cross. They were creatures of the deep, silent places, and the vast, noisy world of the living was not for them. I didn't wait to see what they would do. I turned and fled into the forest, crashing through the undergrowth, not caring about the noise I made. I ran until the first gray light of dawn began to filter through the trees, and I didn't stop until I stumbled bloody and exhausted onto the logging trail where I'd parked my truck. I'll never go underground again. I sold my tools, and I work a cash, in-hand construction job now. The pay is terrible, but my feet are always on solid ground, under an open sky. Some nights, when the world gets too quiet, I can still hear that wet, chittering sound at the edge of my hearing. I know now that the silence of those forgotten places isn't empty. It's waiting. It's listening. And I know that some things left in the dark are meant to stay there. Because the sound you make, any sound at all, might just be the last one you ever get to hear. My name is Ren Jacobs, to be precise. That's the name you'll find under my work in galleries or in the glossy pages of certain niche publications. Professionally, I am a photographer, but that title feels clinical, insufficient for what I truly do. I consider myself a historian of the forgotten, a chronicler of decay. I hunt for the stories left behind in the rust and ruin of the industrial age. There is a profound, aching beauty in what humanity discards. A factory reclaimed by vines, a locomotive surrendering its iron form back to the earth. A house whose peeling paint tells a more honest story than any family portrait ever could. Some critics call it ruin porn, a term I find both crude and dismissive. They see only the surface level decay. I see the narrative of time itself, the relentless, elegant victory of nature over machine. My latest project, tentatively titled Hollowed Ground, was an ambitious exploration of the abandoned industrial heart of Appalachia. For months, I had been tracing the ghost, veins of coal, and iron through the mountains of West Virginia and Kentucky. My portfolio was already filled with haunting just the skeletal remains of a coal tipple against a bruised twilight sky. The silent, cavernous space of a powerhouse where massive turbines sat like sleeping iron gods. The delicate filigree of frost on the shattered windows of a company store. But I was searching for a centerpiece, a single location that encapsulated the entire region's history of boom, bust, and lingering mystery. I found it in a series of faded survey maps from the early 1920s, cross-referenced with a local historian's online forum. The Sovereign Mine. The name itself was perfect, dripping with a Gilded Age arrogance. It had been a coal mine, a profitable one for a short, violent period before it was abruptly abandoned in 1928. The official records were sparse. A geological instability, a flash flood, a methane explosion. The story changed depending on the source. But the forum posts spoke of something else. They mentioned local legends, whispers of the land itself being unsettled. More importantly to me, they spoke of a unique, bioluminescent lichen that clung to the rock around the mine's entrance, a phenomenon found nowhere else. The old-timers called it miner's light. That was the hook. The idea of nature creating its own strange, living light in a place of profound darkness was the kind of poetic irony that defined my work. I went alone. I almost always do. The presence of another person is an intrusion, a contamination of the silence. It changes the way you see, the way you feel a place. My process is one of patience and immersion, of waiting for the space to reveal its character. I arrived in the late afternoon, timing my expedition for the golden hour, that magical transient period when the sun's light is warm and soft, casting long, dramatic shadows. After a long drive up winding, poorly maintained roads that scraped the undercarriage of my Subaru, I found the trail, now little more than a deer path. The air was crisp with the scent of autumn, a rich medley of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sharp, clean fragrance of pine. The hike was steep, and with 40 pounds of camera gear on my back, I was breathing heavily by the time I reached the clearing. And there it was, the sovereign mine. It was even more perfect than I had imagined. The headframe, the structure that once lowered men and equipment into the earth, was a magnificent skeleton of rust, its sharp angles softened by a century of weather. It stood starkly against a backdrop of impossible autumn colors, the fiery reds of maples, the brilliant yellows of hickories, the deep oranges of oaks. It was a scene of violent, beautiful contrast. But my eyes were drawn to the entrance. It was a dark, arched maw cut into the mountainside, a perfect wound in the living rock. And framing it, just as the forum posts had described, was the lichen. It wasn't just a faint glow, it was a living tapestry of light. In the slanted, golden rays of the setting sun, it pulsed with a soft, pearlescent luminescence, its colors shifting in slow, hypnotic waves, from a pale, ghostly green to a soft violet, then to a warm, coppery orange. It was like seeing an aurora borealis in miniature, clinging to the cold stone. It didn't reflect the sunlight. It seemed to drink it, to metabolize it into its own internal, otherworldly glow. For the first hour, I didn't even approach the entrance. I worked the perimeter of the clearing, capturing the headframe from different angles, using a long lens to frame the mine's dark opening against the vibrant foliage. I documented the rusted, forgotten machinery that lay half swallowed by the undergrowth. A collapsed ore cart, its wheels seized with rust, looking like the fossilized remains of some prehistoric creature. The silence was immense, broken only by the whisper of the wind, through the trees and the confident, metallic click of my camera's shutter. As the sun began to dip below the jagged line of the western ridge, the character of the light changed. The golden hour was bleeding into the blue hour. The lichen, in response, intensified its glow. The colors became deeper, more saturated, the pulsing rhythm more pronounced. It was utterly captivating. I had the shots I came for, more than enough for the series. I could have packed up and left, content with a successful day's work. But the artist in me, the insatiably curious part, wanted more. I imagined one final, definitive shot, the view from just inside the mine's entrance, looking out. The composition would be stunning, the glowing, iridescent frame of the lichen, surrounding the deep blue of the twilight sky, and the dark silhouettes of the trees. A perfect contrast between the world within and the world without. It seemed like such a small risk. I wasn't planning a deep exploration. I wouldn't even lose sight of the entrance. I switched to a wide, angle lens, checked my headlamp, though I didn't turn it on, not wanting to spoil the natural light, and slung my camera bag over one shoulder. I approached the archway, my boots crunching on the gravel and fallen leaves. The closer I got, the more I could feel a strange energy radiating from the lichen, a faint, almost imperceptible warmth that seemed to push back against the evening's chill. I stepped over the threshold from the cool, breezy air of the mountainside into the absolute stillness of the mine. The change was instantaneous and profound. The air became heavy, warm, and humid, clinging to my skin like a wet shroud. The rich, earthy smells of the forest were gone, replaced by a scent I couldn't place, something loamy and ancient, with a faint, vaguely metallic undertone. And the silence, the gentle rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, all of it vanished. The silence within the mine was a physical presence, a pressure against my eardrums. It was the most absolute quiet I have ever experienced. I raised my camera, my heart beating a little faster now, a thrill of discovery mixing with a primal unease. I took a few steps deeper, just enough to frame the shot I wanted. The lichen's glow from this side was even more mesmerizing, casting soft, shifting colors onto the rocky floor. I adjusted my settings, the small clicks of the dials sounding like gunshots in the oppressive stillness. I took the shot, then another, and one more for good measure. Satisfied, I lowered the camera and turned to leave, and my blood ran cold. The entrance was gone. Where the archway of twilight, sky, and trees had been just seconds before, there was now a solid, unbroken wall of rock. It was seamless, as if it had always been there, and it was covered in that same impossible lichen which pulsed gently in the darkness, its soft, colorful light illuminating my horrified face. My mind stuttered, refusing to accept the sensory information. It was a trick of the light, an illusion. I blinked hard, expecting the image to resolve itself back into the familiar shape of the exit. It didn't. A strangled gasp escaped my lips. I stumbled forward, then ran the few feet to the wall, my hands outstretched. I slammed against it, the impact jarring my bones. It was real. It was solid. My palms pressed flat against the stone, and a new wave of horror washed over me. The rock wasn't cold. It was warm, like living flesh, and beneath my trembling hands I could feel it. A slow, deep, rhythmic vibration. A thrum that resonated through the stone and up into my arms, a feeling so vast and powerful. It seemed to shake the very marrow of my bones. It felt like a heartbeat. A massive, sleeping heartbeat. Panic is a poor word for the tidal wave of pure, primal terror that crashed over me. It was a physical force, a white, hot current that shot through my veins, short-circuiting all rational thought. I screamed, a raw, ragged sound torn from my throat, and beat against the warm, vibrating rock with my fists. I hammered at it until my knuckles were raw and bleeding. The soft, shifting light of the lichen illuminating the dark smears I left behind. The stone didn't yield. It felt like striking the flank of a colossal animal. The slow, deep thrumming continued unabated, a rhythm of immense and ancient sleep. Utterly indifferent to my frantic assault, my mind desperate for an explanation, cycled through a frantic Rolodex of possibilities. A rock slide, but there had been no sound, no tremor, just a silent, impossible ceiling. A hallucination. Had I breathed in some kind of spore from the lichen, a psychoactive fungus? I squeezed my eyes shut and pressed the heels of my palms into them, hoping to reset my senses, to reboot a reality that had suddenly, terrifyingly crashed. When I opened them again, the wall was still there, pulsing with its soft, alien light. The heartbeat was still there. A bass note felt more in my bones than heard with my ears. I was trapped. The finality of the thought was a shard of ice in my gut. I was alone, miles from any road, in a mine that wasn't on any modern map. No one knew where I was. My meticulously planned solo expedition, a source of pride, and a cornerstone of my artistic process, had just become my tomb. I fumbled for my headlamp, my fingers clumsy and slick with sweat. I flicked it on, and the powerful UD beam cut a clean, white slash through the darkness, a stark contrast to the gentle, multi-hued glow of the lichen. I spun around, sweeping the beam into the tunnel behind me. And the true, stomach-churning horror of my situation began to reveal itself. The tunnel wasn't empty anymore. The walls, which I had assumed were rough, hewn rock, were now coated in a continuous, unbroken sheath of the lichen. Its soft, shifting light, no longer confined to the entrance, filled the entire passage, revealing a truth my mind had been shielded from by the darkness. This wasn't a mine. Not anymore. The walls weren't made of rock and timber. They were organic. My headlamp beam slid over a surface that was a nauseating fusion of mineral and flesh. It had the texture of wet, porous stone, but it was arranged in folds and ridges that looked disturbingly biological, like the inside of a throat. The support beams, which I'd glimpsed on my way in, were not wooden timbers at all. They were massive, arching structures of a pale, bone-like material, slick with moisture. They looked like the exposed ribs of some titanic creature. I wasn't in a mine. I was inside something. Something alive. A sound echoed from deep within the tunnels, a low groaning rumble that vibrated through the floor and up my legs. It was the sound of a vast body shifting in its sleep, of immense muscles contracting. The slow heartbeat I'd felt in the wall seemed to pick up its tempo just slightly, becoming more present, more insistent. The realization hit me with a wave of physical nausea that made me gag. The sovereign mine wasn't just a place. It was a creature. A genius loci. The living spirit of the mountain. A being of rock and mineral and time that had been slumbering for centuries. The miners hadn't just dug into the earth. They had bored into the flesh of a dormant god. And my presence, my light, my camera, my intrusion, had woken it up. My survival instinct, buried under the initial avalanche of panic, finally kicked in. I had to find another way out. There had to be another exit, an air shaft, another tunnel that led to the surface. Clinging to that sliver of hope, I turned my back on the sealed entrance and ran, my heavy boots echoing unnervingly in the fleshy corridor. I plunged deeper into the mine, my headlamp beam bouncing wildly, revealing more of the horrifying biomechanics of the place. The tunnels twisted and turned, not with the geometric precision of a man-made mine, but with the curving, unpredictable logic of intestines. The air grew thicker, warmer, saturated with the smell of damp earth, ozone, and something else, a coppery, biological scent like old blood. Passages that I swore I saw ahead would seem to melt away as I approached, the walls closing in like a sphincter. Behind me, I would hear a wet, sliding sound, and a glance over my shoulder confirmed my terror. The tunnel I had just run through was sealing itself off. The very geography of the place was alive, actively changing around me, hurting me, guiding me. I was no longer an explorer. I was a foreign body, a parasite being tracked by the host's immune system. The lichen seemed to brighten as I passed, its colors shifting more rapidly, from cool blues and greens to agitated reds and oranges. It was a warning system. It was tracking my progress. The groaning sound came again, closer this time, and it was accompanied by a wet, percussive dripping from the ceiling. I risked a glance up and saw thick, viscous fluid oozing from between the rib, like beams, like gathering saliva. My camera, my professional reason for being, banged uselessly against my hip. The irony was grotesque. I was a ruined photographer trapped inside a living, breathing ruin that was actively trying to consume me. I stumbled into a wider section of the tunnel and collapsed against a wall, my lungs burning, my mind fraying at the edges. The wall was soft, yielding slightly under my weight. The heartbeat was stronger here, a constant, powerful thrum that was both terrifying and strangely hypnotic. I pushed myself away, repulsed. I had to keep moving. To stop was to be digested. I forced myself to my feet and pressed on, navigating the labyrinthine passages. I passed side tunnels that were perfectly circular, like massive arteries from which the strange, biological smell was overwhelmingly strong. I didn't dare explore them. I stayed on what felt like the main path, a path that was gently, inexorably sloping downwards, deeper into the earth, deeper into the creature. After what felt like an eternity, the narrow passage I was in suddenly opened into a vast, cavernous chamber. It was the size of a cathedral, and the air within it was hot and steamy, thick with the stench of decay. The lichen's light was brighter here, its iridescent glow reflecting off wet, pulsating walls that rose up into an unseen darkness. The floor wasn't stone, it was a soft, fleshy membrane, and in the center, half embedded in the quivering ground, were the things the creature had consumed over the decades. This was its stomach. Rusted minecarts were tooted on their sides, their iron wheels dissolved into lacy patterns of corrosion. Piles of tools, pickaxes, shovels, lanterns, were fused together in grotesque sculptures, all coated in a thick, translucent, digestive slime that smoked faintly in the air. And among them, the true horror, the skeletal remains of men, dozens of them. Some were still clad in the tattered, remnants of canvas work clothes. Others were just jumbles of bone, bleached and pitted by the digestive acids. They weren't crushed by a cave-in. They were suspended in the fleshy floor, half absorbed, their empty eye sockets staring up at the pulsating darkness. This is what happened to the miners of 1928. The stories of a flood or an explosion were lies, convenient fictions to cover an impossible truth. They hadn't excavated a mine. They had been devoured by it. They had woken the mountain and it had eaten them. And now, I was the first new meal in almost 100 years. The sight of the miners' remains broke something in me. The adrenaline, fueled flight instinct that had propelled me through the twisting tunnels evaporated, replaced by a paralyzing, absolute despair. I stood frozen at the edge of the vast, gastric chamber, my headlamp beam, tracing the outlines of bleached skulls and bone, white fingers reaching from the fleshy floor. My own bones ached in sympathetic horror. I was looking at my own future? I would become another fossil in this creature's gut? My camera and equipment slowly dissolving beside me, a final, indigestible testament to my foolishness. The low, groaning sound I had been hearing since I was trapped began to change. It deepened, rising in pitch and volume from a sleepy rumble to a conscious, aware and hungry roar. The entire chamber seemed to clench, the pulsating walls contracting in a slow, peristaltic wave. The fleshy floor beneath my feet quivered, and the digestive slime coating, the old tools and skeletons began to bubble more violently, releasing a hot, acrid steam that stung my eyes and throat. The heartbeat of the mountain was no longer a slow, sleeping thrum. It was a rapid, powerful pounding, the sound of a predator that has just tasted blood. It was awake, and it knew I was here. My camera, which had been a dead weight against my hip, suddenly felt important again. Not as a tool for art, but as a compulsion, a need to document the impossible truth of my own demise. My hands, shaking uncontrollably, raised the camera to my eye. Through the viewfinder, I framed a scene of cosmic horror, a rusted or carved half, submerged in the quivering floor, a human ribcage tangled in its wheels, all of it illuminated by the unholy. iridescent light of the living walls. My finger depressed the shutter. The click, so familiar and comforting in the outside world, was an obscenity here. It sounded like a bone snapping. That single act of defiance, of bearing witness, seemed to provoke the beast. The roar intensified, shaking the very air around me. The fleshy floor began to liquefy, the half-digested remains of the miners sinking deeper into the bubbling mire. I scrambled backward, away from the encroaching digestive pit, my boots sinking into the soft membrane. The walls were closing in, the vast chamber shrinking, the immense pressure of the mountain preparing to crush me. And then, a miracle. Or perhaps something else. On the far side of the chamber, a section of the pulsating wall began to contort. With a wet, tearing sound, a new tunnel ripped itself open. It wasn't a slow, organic process like the passages that had sealed behind me. This was a violent, convulsive spasm, a geological vomit. A wave of cool, fresh air, smelling of pine and night and freedom, washed over me. It was an exit. Hope, fierce and desperate, surged through me. I didn't question why. Was the creature trying to expel me, a foreign object it couldn't digest? Or was this some last, defiant act of the mountain's original spirit? A final effort to save a life from the abomination it had become? I didn't care. I ran. Scrambling across the heaving floor was like running on a water during an earthquake. I slipped and fell, my hands plunging wrist deep into the warm, yielding flesh of the floor. I pushed myself up, my hands coated in a slick, clear fluid, and kept going. Behind me, the roar of the creature reached a crescendo of fury. The entire chamber was contracting, a massive biological press intent on turning me into pulp. The newly formed tunnel seemed impossibly far. I threw myself forward, my lungs screaming, my legs burning with lactic acid. I could feel the walls behind me closing the distance, the heat of the digestive pit scorching my back. I reached the opening, a ragged, circular wound in the living rock, and dove through it without hesitation. I wasn't in a tunnel. I was out. I tumbled head over heels down a steep, rocky slope, my body battered by rocks and roots. My camera bag flew from my shoulder, and I heard the sickening crunch of a lens shattering. I finally came to a stop in a thicket of rhododendron bushes at the bottom of the incline, scratched, bruised, and gasping for the cold. Clean night air. For a long time, I just lay there, my cheek pressed against the damp earth, my body trembling with shock and exhaustion. I was alive. I was outside. The silence of the forest, once oppressive in the mine, was now the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. Eventually, I pushed myself into a sitting position. My clothes were torn, my hands were bleeding, but I was whole. I looked back up the slope where I had emerged. There was nothing there. Just a steep, unremarkable hillside covered in trees and rock outcroppings. There was no tunnel, no gaping maw, no sign of the glowing lichen. It was as if the mountain had sealed its wound, hiding its monstrous secret once more beneath a placid skin of rock and soil. I had the disorienting feeling that I had been birthed, violently, from the earth itself. My gear was scattered across the slope. I painstakingly gathered what I could find. The camera body was dented but seemed intact. One lens was destroyed, but the wide angle I had used inside the mine was miraculously unharmed. My headlamp was gone, but the moon was bright enough to see by. A quick check of my phone showed a GPS signal. I was over 5 miles, as the crow flies, from where I had parked my car. The creature had spit me out on the other side of the ridge. The walk back was a long, surreal ordeal. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking threat. Every rustle of leaves was the sound of the ground shifting beneath me. I didn't stick to the trails. I stayed on the highest ground I could, terrified of stumbling into another one of the mountain's mouths. When I finally reached my car, caked in dirt and blood, the first rays of dawn were painting the eastern sky. I never filed a report. What would I have said? That the mine ate me. I would have been locked in a psychiatric ward. I drove home, the events of the night replaying in my mind like a fever dream. My photographs from that day are my secret and my burden. The ones I took outside the mine in the golden hour are some of the best of my career. They are hauntingly beautiful, capturing the melancholy elegance of decay. They are lies. The ones from inside are the truth. They are technically perfect, in focus, well composed, properly exposed. But they show a world that cannot exist. They show fleshy walls, bone-like ribs, and the half-digested skeletons of men. They are proof that sometimes the ruins we so casually explore are not dead. They are merely sleeping, and they are very, very hungry. The hollowed ground project remains unfinished. I cannot bring myself to look for beauty in decay anymore. Now, when I see a ruin, I don't see a story of the past. I see a mouth, waiting patiently to open. My name is Cassian Holt, but that feels like a name for someone else now. A boy who lived in a house with 4 walls and a roof that didn't leak. A boy who knew what his next meal would be. Out here, in the cold, damp dark of the Kentucky mountains, I'm just Cass. I'm 16 years old, and I've been a ghost for the past 2 weeks. I ran away from home. I won't drown you in the ugly details. Let's just say my stepfather had a vocabulary spoken mostly with his knuckles, and a temper that could flash boil water. The last straw was a Tuesday night that tasted of blood and the metallic tang of fear. When the sun rose on Wednesday, I was gone, with nothing but the clothes on my back, a half-empty bag of chips, and a $20 bill I'd swiped from his wallet. It felt like a fair trade for the bruise blooming on my cheek. I hitched and walked, a phantom on the shoulder of winding country roads. My goal was to disappear, to find a place where the world would forget I existed, and most importantly, where he couldn't find me. The Appalachian Mountains rose up to meet me like a promise. They have a way of swallowing secrets, and I was a secret I desperately needed to keep. That's how I found the Jubilee Creek mine. It wasn't on any modern map I'd seen. The entrance was a jagged mouth in the mountainside, choked with weeds and half hidden by a curtain of kudzu. A rusted sign shot through with holes warned of unstable ground and trespassers. To me, it looked like a sanctuary. It was a dark, quiet place where no one would think to look for a runaway kid. The air inside tasted of stone, damp earth, and forgotten time. It was a silence so profound it felt like a weight on my eardrums, broken only by the rhythmic plink, plink, plink of water dripping from stalactites into unseen pools. I ventured, in just far enough to be swallowed by the darkness, but close enough to the entrance to see the light of the world I'd left behind. There, I found a small, dry chamber off the main tunnel, a little pocket of relative safety. Using a stolen sleeping bag and a few cans of beans I'd managed to shoplift from a gas station, I made a small, pathetic camp. It wasn't much, a cold bed on a cold floor, but it was mine. It was a fortress against the world. It was safe, or so I believed for the first 48 hours. The third night was when everything changed. I was in that shallow, fitful sleep that comes when you're cold and hungry, every nerve on high alert. A sound pulled me from it. It wasn't the drip of water or the scuttling of a rat. It was a voice. A man's voice, soft and impossibly gentle, humming an old lullaby. Ice flooded my veins. My body went rigid in the sleeping bag, every muscle screaming. He found me. The thought was a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. It had to be him. My stepfather, come to drag me back to that house, to the punishments that would follow. I held my breath, straining to listen, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The humming continued, a low, resonant melody that seemed to soak into the very rock around me. It wasn't coming from the entrance. It was coming from deeper in the mine, from the suffocating blackness of the mountain's belly. The tune was simple, one I felt I should know but couldn't place. It was a melody that belonged in a nursery, not a tomb. I didn't move a muscle until the first pale fingers of dawn reached into the mine's entrance, painting the gray rock in shades of hope. The humming had long since faded, but the memory of it was branded into my mind. I was terrified, convinced I had imagined it, a product of hunger and fear. I crawled out of my chamber, ready to bolt, to abandon my meager sanctuary and run again. But something stopped me. Placed neatly on the floor, just outside the opening to my little cave, was a gift. It was a red, delicious apple, so perfectly ripe and polished it seemed to glow in the dim light. Beside it lay a small bird, carved from a piece of light, colored wood, its wings half spread as if in mid-flight. My fear was instantly at war with my confusion. Who would leave this? Why? Was it a trap? A trick? But then my stomach gave a painful, hollow growl. I hadn't eaten anything but cold beans in days. The apple was a siren's call. I snatched it up, my movements furtive, and retreated into my chamber. I inspected it, sniffed it, half expecting it to be poison. But it was just an apple. I took a bite. The snap of the skin was deafening in the silence. Juice, crisp and impossibly sweet, exploded in my mouth. It was, without exaggeration, the best thing I had ever tasted in my life. It tasted like sunshine and safety. This began a strange and silent routine. The fear never entirely left, but it was pushed to the background by a growing sense of wonder. Every night, after the darkness had fully claimed the mountain, the humming would start. That same gentle, sad lullaby would drift out from the depths, a ghostly serenade. And every morning I would find a new gift waiting for me. One day it was a thick piece of deer jerky, salty and tough, that took me an hour to chew. Another, a battered tin canteen filled with water so cold and fresh it must have come from a deep spring. A week in, I found a heavy wool blanket, old and smelling of cedar, laid out carefully where my sleeping bag was thinnest. I never saw who was leaving them. I never heard footsteps. The gift simply appeared in the quiet hours between the end of the humming and the arrival of the dawn. I started to think of him, this invisible benefactor, as the miner. The name felt right. He was a creature of this place. Slowly, impossibly, my terror began to melt away, replaced by something I hadn't felt in years. I felt cared for. I felt protected. The nightly humming was no longer a source of fear. It became a comfort, a sign that my guardian was watching over me. In the lonely, crushing dark of the mine, I wasn't alone anymore. The ghost in the deep wasn't a threat. He was my friend. For another week, I was content with our silent arrangement. I was a stray cat, and he was the kind soul leaving out a bowl of milk. But gratitude is a restless emotion, and it soon curdled into a gnawing curiosity. Who was this man? Why was he helping me? Was he an old hermit? Another runaway, hiding from his own demons? The questions buzzed in my head, growing louder each day, until they were all I could think about. My stepfather taught me that kindness always had a price tag. Nothing was free. You paid for it later, with interest. But the miner's gifts felt different. They felt pure, unconditional. I had to know who he was. I had to thank him. So, one morning, after finding a small tin of peaches left for me, I made a decision. I ate the peaches, the sweet syrup a jolt of courage, and packed my small bag. I left my sleeping bag and the warm blanket behind, a sign that I intended to return. With my cheap flashlight cutting a nervous, bouncing hole in the oppressive darkness, I took my first steps away from the familiar entrance and into the heart of the mountain. The main tunnel plunged deeper than I had imagined. The air grew colder, heavier, and the scent of damp earth was replaced by a sharper mineral tang of coal and something else, something ancient and sorrowful. The walls, slick with moisture, seemed to press in on me. Wooden support beams, furry with black mold, groaned under the immense weight of the rock above. Old, rusted minecart tracks disappeared into the blackness ahead, a railway for ghosts. Every skittering sound, every drip of water, echoed and amplified, playing trips on my ears. I kept imagining footsteps behind me, whispers just at the edge of hearing. More than once, I spun around, my flashlight beam slashing wildly, only to find nothing but shadows. This was his world, and I was an intruder. I must have walked for nearly an hour, following the main tunnel as it twisted and turned. It split several times, and I chose my path by instinct, following the faintest drafts of air, hoping they led somewhere other than a dead end. Finally, I decided to try calling out. My voice felt small and thin in the vast emptiness. "Hello," I yelled, my voice cracking. It was swallowed by the silence almost immediately. I tried again, louder this time, forcing confidence I didn't feel. "Hello, I'm Cass. I just want to thank you for the food." A silence followed, so deep and complete that I was sure I was alone. My heart sank. Maybe he wasn't here. Maybe he was just a local who dropped things off and left. Disappointment washed over me, cold and bitter. I was about to turn back when a voice drifted out of the darkness ahead. It was the same voice from the humming. Soft, gentle, but layered with a profound, bone-deep sadness. "No need to thank me, son." The voice resonated not just in my ears, but through the soles of my feet, a vibration in the rock itself. "Just glad to have the company." My breath hitched. I swept my flashlight beam toward the sound, and there he was. He stood at the far end of the tunnel, where it opened into a larger cavern. He was a tall, gaunt man, his shoulders stooped as if from a lifetime of labor. He wore old-fashioned miner's clothes, heavy canvas trousers held up by suspenders, a flannel shirt worn thin at the elbows, and a battered cap on his head. And he was translucent. The beam of my flashlight passed right through him, illuminating the jagged rock wall behind. His form shimmered and wavered, like a heat haze on a summer road. He was a ghost. A real, honest-to-God ghost. Every horror movie I'd ever seen told me to scream, to run, to scramble back to the sunlight as fast as my legs could carry me. But I didn't. I was frozen not by fear, but by a strange sense of calm. There was no menace in his posture, no malice in his presence. The kindness I had imagined was right there, plain to see in his eyes. They were sad eyes, filled with a loneliness that seemed as deep as the mine itself. but they were kind. He took a hesitant step forward, his form flickering. "My name's Silas," he said, his voice a soft, echoing whisper. "I worked this mine. Died in it too. A slate fall back in 41. Right in this very spot." He gestured with a shimmering hand to a massive pile of rubble and splintered timbers against one wall of the cavern. We talked for hours, though it felt like minutes. I sat on a cold, flat rock, and he stood before me, a flickering phantom in the beam of my flashlight. He told me about his life, a story written in coal dust and hardship. He'd started working in Jubilee Creek when he was just 14, lying about his age to help feed his family. He told me about the camaraderie of the miners, the songs they'd sing in the dark, the constant fear of the mountain deciding to take them back. Then he told me about his son, a boy my age named Jamie. He spoke of him with a love so fierce, it seemed to make his ghostly form glow a little brighter. Jamie had been smart, he said, and kind. He had his mother's smile. But he'd been taken by a fever the winter before the mine collapse. Silas's biggest regret. The wound that had tethered his spirit to this place was that he had been working a double shift that night, trying to earn a little extra money for a proper Christmas. He wasn't there when his boy passed. He never got to say goodbye. "You remind me of him," Silas said, his voice thick with ghostly sorrow, his form wavering violently for a moment. "A good boy, on his own in a hard world. A father should look after his son." As he spoke those words, I felt a warmth spread through my chest, a feeling I hadn't realized I'd been starving for even more than food. It was the feeling of being seen, of being valued. My own father had walked out when I was 5. My stepfather had only ever looked at me and seen a burden or a punching bag. But this ghost, this sad, lonely man trapped in the dark, looked at me and saw a son. I had come into this mountain seeking a place to hide, a hole to disappear into. Instead, I had found a protector, a friend, a father figure in the shimmering ghost of a long-dead miner. I stayed. The days blurred into weeks. I would spend my time near the entrance, in the gray twilight, but every afternoon, I would journey into the deep to talk with Silas. He would tell me stories of the world as it was, of a time before highways and television. In return, I told him about the world outside, about cell phones and the internet and cars that could go 100 miles an hour. He was fascinated, a curious child in a man's ghostly shape. He was patient, he was kind, he listened. He was the best father I'd ever had. The comfort of our routine was a warm blanket in the perpetual chill of the mine. For a while it was enough. I had food, I had shelter, and I had Silas. I had a father who didn't raise his voice or his hand. But the world outside, the world of sunlight and other people, still called to me. The mine was a sanctuary, but I never intended for it to be a tomb. The change began subtly. I ran out of the canned beans I'd brought with me, and the jerky and fruit Silas provided, while welcome, didn't feel like a balanced diet. I needed more supplies, batteries for my dying flashlight, maybe a book to read. "I think I'll walk into town tomorrow," I told Silas one afternoon, trying to sound casual. "Just need to pick up a few things." His shimmering form, usually so calm, flickered like a faulty light bulb. The gentle sadness in his eyes was replaced by something else, a flicker of anxiety, of fear. "Town," he echoed, the word sounding foreign and ugly in the quiet dark. "There's nothing for you in town, son. The world out there is cruel. It's full of men like the one you ran from. It's not safe. I'll be careful, I insisted. I just need batteries. And maybe some soap. I can provide. He said, his voice losing its usual warmth, taking on a harder, stone-like quality. I can keep you safe. You're safe here. With me. I didn't go to town. The next morning, a fresh set of batteries and a bar of lye soap were waiting for me. I didn't know how he did it, and a part of me was too scared to ask. I tried to feel grateful, but a cold knot of unease was tightening in my stomach. His care was starting to feel less like a gift and more like a chain. The real breaking point came a week later. During one of our talks, I mentioned my real mom. She'd left my stepfather years ago, and I had no idea where she was, but a deathly hope had started to grow in me that maybe I could find her. I was thinking, I said, my voice barely a whisper, that maybe it's time for me to leave. For good. Try to find my mom. The reaction was instantaneous and terrifying. The air in the cavern plunged, the temperature dropping so fast my breath plumed in front of me. The flame of the old lantern Silas had somehow produced for me sputtered wildly. Silas's form flickered violently, his translucent body seeming to darken, to solidify. Leave, he whispered, and the gentle voice was gone, replaced by a low, dangerous hiss that scraped along the rocks. It was the sound of grinding stone, of a mountain's displeasure. A son doesn't leave his father. A good son stays. Jamie would never have left me. The light in his eyes, once so kind, was now a burning, desperate fire. The loneliness I had seen before was still there, but it had been twisted by 80 years of grief into something monstrous. It was a hunger. He vanished. Not faded, but gone in an instant, plunging the cavern into an absolute darkness that my flashlight couldn't pierce. A dread so profound it felt like the weight of the mountain itself settled on my shoulders. I scrambled backward, crab walking over the slick rock, and I ran. That night I packed my few belongings in a panic. The humming didn't start. The silence was worse. It was an expectant, predatory silence. My heart hammering against my ribs, I made my way to the entrance, to the beautiful, pale moonlight spilling into the mouth of the mine. But it was blocked. A massive rockfall, a chaotic jumble of boulders and splintered support. Beams that hadn't been there that afternoon completely sealed the entrance. There wasn't a single gap big enough for a rat to squeeze through. I clawed at the rocks, my fingers scraping raw against the sharp edges, screaming until my throat was hoarse. It was no use, I was trapped. The humming started then. It wasn't the soft lullaby he used to sing. It was a dirge. A low, sorrowful funeral dirge that echoed with the finality of a sealed tomb. Silas appeared before me, coalescing out of the darkness between me and the rockfall. His kind eyes were gone, replaced by burning embers of desperate, lonely light. He looked more solid than I'd ever seen him. His miner's clothes no longer ethereal, but seemingly stained with fresh coal dust. The grief on his face was a terrible, gaping wound. "Don't you worry, son," he said, his ghostly hand, cold as the grave, reaching for my face. I flinched, but I was too paralyzed by terror to move away. "I won't let you leave. I won't lose another boy. Not again." His touch was like being submerged in icy water. It stole my breath and my strength. "We'll be a family," he whispered, the dirge growing louder, seeming to come from the very walls around us. "Forever." I'm writing this on the last page of my journal, in the flickering, dying beam of my flashlight. I'm out of food. The last of the water from the canteen is gone. Silas is always here now, a constant, shimmering presence in the dark, Sometimes he hums his sad songs. Sometimes he tells me stories about Jamie. He calls me Jamie now. More often than not, he thinks he's protecting me. In his grief, shattered mind, he thinks he's loving me. But his love is a cage forged from loss. His grief is a tomb carved from the heart of a mountain. He's not a monster, not really. He's just a father who couldn't let go of his son. And now, I'm the son he's going to keep, for eternity. My name is Dr. Evelyn Reed. I hold a PhD in archaeology from Boston University, with a specific and, some might say, narrow specialization in pre-Columbian petroglyphs of the American Southeast. For 15 years, my life has been a meticulous process of documenting, interpreting, and preserving the faint whispers of history etched into stone. My work is one of patience and precision, of teasing out narratives from grooves and pigments, left behind by cultures long vanished. It is a world of science, of carbon dating and spectral analysis, of peer-reviewed papers and academic grants. There is no room in my world for superstition. I state this for the record, so that you might understand the professional lens through which I viewed the events that followed. My world was one of fact, and I was about to be confronted by a truth that defied every fact I had ever known. The genesis of this account began not in the field, but in the dusty, climate-controlled archives of a small historical society in North Georgia. I was following a lead, a footnote in a long-forgotten dissertation that mentioned the private journal of a 19th century explorer named Alastair Finch. Finch was a naturalist and amateur ethnographer, a man of his time, filled with both a boundless curiosity for the New World and a condescending pity for its native inhabitants. His journal, bound in cracked, sweat-stained leather, was mostly filled with sketches of flora and fauna, but tucked away in the final pages, written in a spidery, agitated script, was the entry that would revocably alter the course of my life. Finch described being led by a local guide to a shallow coal mine, a simple drift mine carved into a hillside. He wrote of his intent to survey the coal seam, but what he found within arrested his scientific inquiry. His penmanship grew frantic as he detailed ovally carvings that covered the interior walls. He claimed they were of a style completely alien to him, bearing no resemblance to the art of the local Cherokee. His guide, a man he had described as fearless, refused to even approach the mine's entrance, muttering about a place of imprisonment, a cage for something ancient and unspeakably evil that had been locked away by the Old Ones, long before his people arrived. To me, reading those words under the sterile fluorescent lights of the archive, it was a tantalizing puzzle, and unholy. Carving to a Victorian explorer could simply be a depiction of a deity he didn't understand. The Cherokee refusal to approach sounded like a classic case of a culturally significant or taboo site, a phenomenon well documented in anthropological literature. The prison for something ancient was clearly folklore, a myth created to explain a place that felt strange or forbidden. But the core of Finch's account, the existence of petroglyphs in a style unknown to a 19th century explorer familiar with the region, was a siren song to an archaeologist like me. It hinted at the possibility of a major discovery, physical evidence of a pre-Cherokee, perhaps even a pre-Creek culture, a missing chapter in the history of this land. The site was unlisted, absent from any state or federal archaeological database. Finch's directions were vague, based on landmarks that had likely vanished over the last century and a half. Securing institutional funding for such a long shot was impossible. So, I used my own savings. It became a personal quest, a secret obsession. I told my university I was taking a sabbatical for personal research. For 3 weeks, I cross-referenced Finch's journal with old topographical maps and property records, slowly triangulating a probable location in a remote, unincorporated corner of the Appalachian foothills. The decision to go in alone was not born of arrogance, but of necessity and a fierce, proprietary excitement. This discovery, if it was real, would be mine alone. The final leg of the journey was a 2-mile hike through a wilderness that seemed determined to resist intrusion. The air was thick and humid, tasting of damp earth and decay. Kudzu, the vine that eats the south, draped itself over everything, swallowing trees and erasing the contours of the land, creating monstrous, featureless green shapes. The drone of cicadas was a constant, oppressive weight on the silence. It was a primal place, one that felt ancient and indifferent to human concerns. After hours of struggling through the undergrowth, my GPS finally led me to a steep, wooded hillside. And there it was. Just as Finch had described it, a dark slash in the earth, almost perfectly rectangular, half hidden behind a curtain of hanging vines. A drift mine. The air at the entrance was noticeably colder, a pocket of unnatural chill that pushed back against the sweltering Georgia heat. It was heavy and still, carrying a faint, metallic scent like old blood and ozone. I clicked on my high-lumen headlamp, its beam cutting a stark white cone into the absolute blackness, and stepped inside. Just a few yards from the entrance, the beam of my lamp fell upon the walls, and I saw them. The carvings. My breath caught in my throat. Finch's frantic descriptions had not done them justice. They were unlike anything I had ever seen. They were not Cherokee, not Creek, not related to any known Mississippian or Hopewellian culture. The familiar motifs, serpents, sun circles, anthropomorphic figures, were completely absent. Instead, the walls were covered in a breathtakingly complex lattice of abstract, geometric patterns. Deeply incised spirals flowed into razor-sharp angular lines, which in turn intersected with patterns that seemed to hint at non-Euclidean geometry. It was mesmerizing, alien, and deeply unsettling. It felt less like art and more like a schematic, a circuit diagram for some unknowable purpose. I moved deeper into the mine, my boots crunching softly on the cold, dusted floor. The entire length of the passage, perhaps 50 yards, was covered in these glyphs. They seemed to pull the eye forward, creating a sense of motion and direction. Every line, every spiral, converged on a single point at the back of a large, flat slab of dark native stone that completely sealed a smaller, secondary tunnel. The carvings on this stone seal were different. Here, the abstract gave way to the figurative, and the true horror of the place began to dawn on me. The stone was a canvas depicting a desperate, chaotic scene. A multitude of small, humanoid figures rendered in a stark, stick-like style were carved across its surface. They held what looked like spears, and every single spear was pointed inward toward the center of the slab. They weren't attacking something, they were penning it in. They formed a visual cage, a ring of symbolic force. And in the center was the thing they were holding at bay. It was the being Finch had failed to properly describe, the source of his holy terror. It was an amorphous, blasphemous shape, a chaotic mass of what could only be described as tentacles, limbs, and eyes. Dozens of eyes, of varying sizes, stared out from the stone. The form was protoplasmic, constantly shifting, suggesting a creature that had no fixed shape. It was a depiction of pure madness. My mind, the trained, rational mind of Dr. Evelyn Reed, raced to find a logical explanation. A tomb for a powerful, feared chieftain. A ceremonial site dedicated to a terrifying god of the underworld. But none of it fit. The iconography wasn't one of reverence or remembrance. It was one of containment, of sheer, abject terror. The spears were not a tribute, they were a warning. The entire structure, the mine, itself, was not a mine at all. The intricate glyphs on the walls were not art, they were the workings of a lock. This place was a prison door, and I was standing in the antechamber. A cold sweat trickled down my spine, a primal, animal fear that had no place in the world of Acadea I inhabited. My training, my entire career, was built upon a foundation of rational deduction. I had been taught to observe, to document, to analyze, and to formulate theories based on evidence. But the evidence before me was screaming a conclusion that my scientific mind refused to accept. The carvings were not a warning against grave robbers or a symbolic representation of a myth. They were a functional diagram of imprisonment. The fear I felt wasn't just the claustrophobia of being deep underground. It was a palpable, ambient dread that seemed to emanate from the stone slab itself. It was the feeling a mouse might have when it senses the patient, unblinking stare of a serpent in the shadows. For a long time, I simply stood there, the beam of my headlamp fixed on the chaotic entity, carved into the stone. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the profound silence of the mine. I should have turned around. I should have walked out, sealed the entrance as best I could, and spent the rest of my life trying to forget this place existed. That would have been the sane, rational thing to do. But another part of me, the part that had driven me to spend 15 years chasing historical ghosts, was screaming with a different kind of urgency. This was it. The discovery that would not just redefine the history of the region, but potentially the history of humanity. A pre-Columbian culture with knowledge of abstract mathematics and engineering, who had built a structure to contain what? A god. A demon. An animal. The questions were intoxicating, a siren's call to the intellect. My academic curiosity, my professional ambition, waged a war against my instinct for self-preservation, and my ambition won. I convinced myself that the fear was a product of my environment. The darkness, the isolation, the suggestive power of the carvings. I was a scientist. I would behave like one. My first step was to fall back on my training documentation. I methodically began to photograph everything. I took hundreds of high-resolution images of the stone seal, using angled lighting from a handheld torch to capture every detail of the carvings. I photographed the tormented, spear-wielding figures, the writhing mass at the center, the strange, almost crystalline structure of the stone itself. Then, I turned my attention to the glyphs on the main chamber walls, documenting them section by section, ensuring I had a complete record of the entire locking mechanism. The process was calming, a familiar ritual in a profoundly unfamiliar place. For a few hours, I was no longer a terrified intruder. I was Dr. Evelyn Reed, archaeologist, at work. My focus narrowed to the task at hand, and the oppressive sense of dread receded to a manageable hum in the back of my mind. My excitement grew with every click of the shutter. This was evidence. This was proof. This would be my legacy. Once the documentation was complete, there was nothing left to do but confront the seal itself. I ran my gloved hands over its surface. It was cool to the touch, and the stone felt unnaturally smooth, almost like obsidian, but it absorbed the light rather than reflecting it. There were no visible seams, no handles, no hinges. It was a single, massive plug. I packed my camera equipment safely away and took out the tools I had brought in my pack: a heavy-duty crowbar and a small sledgehammer. The initial attempts were fruitless. I wedged the tip of the crowbar into the thin crevice between the seal and the surrounding rock wall and threw my entire body weight against it. The stone didn't budge. It felt less like a separate object and more like an extension of the mountain itself. I hammered the crowbar deeper into the gap, the sharp clang of metal on metal echoing unnervingly in the confined space. I worked for what felt like hours, my muscles burning, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Sweat poured down my face, stinging my eyes. The rationalizations began to fray at the edges. What if it wasn't meant to be opened? What if the Cherokee folklore was right? Just as I was about to give up, to concede that the door was truly sealed forever, I felt a faint shift. A grinding vibration traveled up the length of the crowbar into my arms. It was barely perceptible, but it was there. Renewed by a surge of adrenaline, I put every ounce of my strength into one final heave. With a deep, groaning screech of stone on stone, the slab moved. It only shifted an inch, but it was enough. The air that hissed out of the newly formed gap was a physical assault. It was a foul, putrid stench of ancient, stagnant decay mixed with something else, something acrid and chemical that burned the back of my throat. It was the smell of a tomb that had been sealed for millennia. But beneath it was another scent, something utterly alien, like burnt ozone and rotting meat. A sound followed the stench, a deep, guttural, vibrating groan that seemed to come from the very bowels of the earth. It wasn't a sound that traveled through the air to my ears. I felt it in the bones of my skull, in the fillings of my teeth. It was a vibration that resonated with the deepest, most primitive part of my brain, the part that knows and fears the predator in the dark. I stumbled back, gasping, my hand flying to my mouth. This was no longer an academic exercise. The fear returned with the force of a physical blow, absolute and paralyzing. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get out, to leave this place to its secrets and its rot. But I had come so far. I had sacrificed my savings, my time, my professional reputation on this gamble. I had to know. I had to see. With trembling hands, I worked the crowbar again, widening the gap inch by painful inch, until it was just wide enough for me to squeeze through. The groaning from within grew louder, more defined. It was the sound of something vast and ancient stirring from a long, unwanted slumber. Taking a deep breath, I pushed my pack through the opening first, then squeezed my body into the gap. The darkness in the inner chamber was different. It was not merely the absence of light. It was a positive, pressing presence. It felt thick, viscous, like wading through oil. My headlamp, a top-of-line model that could cut through a quarter-mile of nighttime forest, seemed to be swallowed by it. The beam barely reached a few feet, its edges fraying into nothingness. The groaning was louder here, a constant, soul-shaking thrum that came from the center of the small chamber. I forced myself to raise my head and look. It was the thing from the carving, but the stone effigy had been a pale, two-dimensional lie. It was a heaving, protoplasmic mass of glistening, black flesh, a mountain of living tissue that filled most of the chamber. It had no discernible shape, its form constantly shifting and bubbling like boiling pitch. Dozens of weeping, yellow eyes, each the size of a dinner plate, opened and closed randomly across its surface, their gaze vacant and utterly insane. From its main body, tentacles of pure shadow writhed and coiled, brushing against the damp stone walls of the chamber. They were not solid, but they cast solid shadows. I realized with a surge of cosmic, mind-shattering terror that this thing was not from Earth. It was a wound in reality, a cancerous growth from some other, fuller dimension. It was something that had fallen from the stars in a time before humanity, and a forgotten people, a heroic, doomed people, had sacrificed everything they were to wall it up in the deep dark of the world. And I, Evelyn Reed, in my arrogance and my ambition, had just picked the lock. Time ceased to have meaning. I was paralyzed, a specimen pinned to a board, my mind utterly incapable of processing the cosmic horror before me. The heavy, blasphemous mound of flesh was not just a creature. It was a refutation of all known biology, a living violation of the laws of physics. The low, guttural groaning it produced was the sound of a universe in pain. My scientific mind, which had moments before been filled with thoughts of fame and legacy, was now a hollowed out shell, scoured clean by a terror so profound it bordered on a religious experience. I was an ant that had stumbled into the cage of a god, and the god was mad. As I stood there, frozen in the thick, oppressive darkness, one of its many yellow eyes swiveled to focus on me. It was a slow, deliberate movement that stood in stark contrast to the random twitching of the others. In that instant, I felt a pressure build within my skull, a tangible, invasive force that was not a sound or a light, but a direct, brutal intrusion into my consciousness. It was as if a psychic crowbar was prying open the lid of my soul. A flood of alien thoughts and searing, chaotic images poured into my mind. I saw dying stars and black nebulae where life festered like a disease. I witnessed the birth and death of civilizations on worlds that orbited suns of impossible colors. I felt the creature's boundless, eternal hatred for the ordered, structured reality it had been torn from, and its ravenous hunger for the sanity and life it could not possess, only devour. It wasn't just a monster, it was a consciousness, a vast and ancient intellect of pure malevolence. This was the source of the folklore, the ancient evil the Cherokee had spoken of. They had been right. The psychic assault was more than I could bear. A scream tore from my throat, a raw, ragged sound of a mind breaking. The scream seemed to act as a catalyst. As if in response to my terror, the intricate carvings on the walls of the outer chamber, the ones I had so meticulously photographed, began to glow. A faint, silvery light pulsed from the incised lines, casting long, dancing shadows. The glyphs were activating. The ancient ward, the failing lock, was trying to reassert itself. The groaning of the creature in the inner chamber rose in pitch, becoming a psychic shriek of pure, unadulterated rage that threw me from my feet. I slammed against the rough, hewn wall, the impact knocking the wind from my lungs. The pain broke the spell of my paralysis. Survival instinct, raw and desperate, took over. I scrambled on my hands and knees back toward the narrow opening, my only thought to escape, to put the stone between myself and that thing. As I reached the gap, I heard a deep, grinding sound from behind me. The great stone slab, the prison door, was beginning to slide back into place on its own, propelled by the faint, silvery energy of the reawakened ward. The ancient magic was trying to heal the wound I had created. I threw my pack out into the main chamber and began to squeeze my body through the rapidly shrinking gap. I was halfway through, my legs still in the inner sanctum of the mad god, when a tentacle of pure shadow lashed out from the heaving mass. It was impossibly fast. It wrapped around my left ankle, and the pain was an explosion of pure agony. It was not a physical pressure. It was a soul, deep cold. A cold that burned with the emptiness of the void between stars. It felt as if my very life force was being siphoned away. I kicked and screamed, my fingers clawing at the dusty floor of the main chamber. The tentacle was impossibly strong, dragging me back into the suffocating darkness. The stone slab was closing, the gap now only a foot wide. I could feel the rough edge of it scraping against my back. In a final, desperate surge of adrenaline, I twisted my body with all my might, pushing against the closing stone. There was a sickening, wet crack, and a fresh wave of white, hot pain shot up my leg. My ankle had snapped. The abrupt change in my leg's geometry caused the shadowy tentacle to lose its grip. I fell the rest of the way out into the main chamber, a sobbing, broken heap, just as the stone slammed shut with a deafening boom that shook the entire mine. The silvery glow of the carvings flickered once, then faded into nothing, plunging me back into absolute darkness, save for the beam of my headlamp. I lay there for an unknown amount of time, my breath coming in ragged, painful sobs. The silence that followed was somehow more terrifying than the noise had been. My broken ankle was a knot of white, hot agony. But it was nothing compared to the psychic wounds that had been inflicted upon me. I had looked into the abyss, and the abyss had looked back. I had unleashed an ancient evil, or, at the very least, I had significantly weakened its prison. The journey out of the mine was a blur of pain and terror. I dragged myself, my useless leg trailing behind me, through the 50 yards of suffocating darkness. Every shadow seemed to writhe. Every sound of shifting rock made me flinch. By the time I reached the entrance and hauled my broken body out into the humid Georgia daylight, I was on the verge of collapse. I never reported my findings. Who would believe me? I would be a professional laughingstock, my career ruined. Degur. Reed claims to have found a Cherokee prison for an alien god. They would strip me of my tenure, and I would spend the rest of my life in obscurity. My photographs, stored on a single memory card, felt like a radioactive curse. I erased them. I destroyed the memory card, then burned my notes and Alastair Finch's journal. I tried to erase the mine, and the thing within it, from existence. It took me 6 months to recover from my physical injuries. The doctors said the break was one of the worst they had ever seen. A spiral fracture that required 2 surgeries and a dozen metal pins to fix. I walk with a permanent limp now, a constant, aching reminder of my folly. But the physical pain is a comfort compared to the psychological scars. I suffer from crippling nightmares. I cannot be in enclosed spaces. Sometimes, when the night is quiet and the wind is still, I think I can hear a faint, deep groaning sound carried on the air, a vibration that resonates in the fillings of my teeth. Coming from the direction of the Appalachian Mountains, I know what I saw, and I know that the ward, the ancient lock, is weaker now because of me. I opened the door, and though it closed again, a lock that has been picked is never as strong as it once was. I live with the knowledge that someday, the vibrations will grow stronger. Someday, the pressure will build. And someday, the door will open again. And this time, there will be no one left to close it. my name is Gideon Price, and I am a man of God, or, at the very least, I have dedicated my life to the attempt. I serve as the pastor for a small, independent congregation tucked away in a forgotten corner of the Tennessee hills, a place where the valleys run deep and the shadows linger long. Our town, if you could call it that, is a scattering of weathered homes clinging to the mountainside, a community bound not by prosperity, but by a shared and stubborn resilience. My flock, the good people of Hemlock Hollow, is beset by trials that would test the faith of Job himself. Poverty is a constant, unwelcome guest at every table. Addiction, a serpent that coils in the quiet desperation of long, empty days, has sunk its fangs into our youth. And beneath it all lies a deep, generational despair, a spiritual malaise that clings to these hills, like the thick, damp fog of a mountain morning. For years, I have stood at my pulpit, my grandfather's well-worn Bible open in my hands, and preached of hope, of redemption, of a light that can pierce any darkness. I have prayed with mothers who have buried their sons, held the hands of men broken by the closing of the last local factory, and offered what little comfort my words could provide. Yet, with each passing season, I felt the darkness spreading, its roots twisting deeper into the heart of our community. It was a palpable thing, an active, malevolent presence that seemed to poison the very soil. I began to believe, with a certainty that settled cold and hard in my soul, that its source was not merely a spiritual affliction, but a physical place, a wound in the earth from which this pestilence seeped. The old Brimstone Creek mine. Even the name is a blasphemy. It sits abandoned on the slopes of Black Ridge Mountain, a place the locals speak of only in hushed tones, their eyes darting nervously toward the tree line. They said it was cursed, a place tainted by tragedy and something far worse. They told stories of miners who went in and never came out, of strange lights seen flickering in its depths, and of whispers carried on the wind that sounded like no human voice. They said the mine went so deep, its tunnels burrowing into the very bowels of the earth, that it touched hell itself. In the quiet solitude of my study, surrounded by the works of theologians and saints, I wrestled with these local superstitions. My seminary training had taught me to be skeptical of such folklore, to see the devil's work in the hearts of men, not in holes in the ground. But the longer I lived in Hemlock Hollow, the more I saw the tangible effects of this encroaching shadow, and the more I came to believe them. The conviction grew within me, solidifying from a nagging fear into a holy imperative. This was not a battle to be fought with sermons and hymns alone. This was a spiritual cancer, and its tumor had to be excised. It was my duty, as the shepherd of this flock, to confront this evil at its source. I would perform an exorcism, not on a person, but on a place. I would descend into that abyss and cast out the entity that resided within, cleansing the land and freeing my people from its suffocating grip. I knew I had to go alone. To ask another to face such a thing was unthinkable. Their fear would be a weakness, a crack in the armor of faith that this entity would surely exploit. This was my burden to bear. My preparations were simple, rooted in the ancient traditions of the faith. I took a small vial of water from the baptismal font, blessed according to the old rites. I took my grandfather's Bible, its leather cover softened by the touch of 3 generations of Price men who had carried the Word of God into the dark places of the world. And I armed myself with my faith, a shield forged in years of prayer and study. which I prayed would be strong enough to withstand the trials to come. The journey to the mine was a pilgrimage into a dying land. The path, long overgrown, wound through a forest that grew unnaturally silent the closer I came to Black Ridge. The birdsong ceased. The rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth faded, and I was left with only the sound of my own heavy breathing and the pounding of my heart. The entrance to the Brimstone Creek was not a man-made arch of timbers and rock, but a jagged wound torn in the earth, a gaping maw that seemed to exhale a palpable heat. The air itself was tainted, thick with a sulphurous stench that stung my eyes and clawed at the back of my throat. The rocks surrounding the entrance were stained a sickly, unnatural yellow, as if the very stone was jaundiced. Standing before it, I felt a primal fear, a voice in the deepest part of my mind that screamed for me to turn back, to flee this unholy place. I silenced it with a prayer, making the sign of the cross. My hand trembling only slightly, I commended my soul to God and stepped into the maw. The transition was immediate and absolute. The world of sunlight and living things vanished, replaced by a profound and oppressive darkness. The heat intensified with every step, a dry, baking heat that felt as though it were radiating from the rock itself, leaching the moisture from my body. But it was the silence that was most unnerving. It was not merely the absence of sound, it was a dead, soundless void, a heavy blanket that smothered all noise. Not even the drip of water from the ceiling or the scuttling of a rat could be heard. It was the silence of the tomb. My small headlamp cut a weak, trembling beam through the gloom, revealing a main shaft that sloped steeply downward into the earth. The walls were not dry rock, but were slick with a black, oily substance that seemed to weep from the stone. It glistened in the light, thick and viscous like tar, and it carried a faint, charnel smell. Curious, I reached out a finger toward it, but as I drew near, a thought, a warning, stayed my hand. Instead, I unstopped my vial of holy water and flicked a few drops onto the wall. The substance sizzled and recoiled, a wisp of foul, smelling smoke rising where the blessed water touched it. A confirmation I was in the right place. Taking a deep, steadying breath, I began to recite the rite of exorcism. My voice, though strained, sounded unnaturally loud in the dead air, a solitary beacon of light in an ocean of darkness. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, I declared, my words echoing back at me from the oppressive silence. I command you, unclean spirit, to depart from this place of God's creation. A low chuckle answered me from the depths below. It was not a sound of mirth. It was a dry, grating noise, like stones grinding together in the deep earth. A mocking sound that scraped at my nerves and turned the blood in my veins to ice. I froze, my light darting wildly down the tunnel, searching for a source. There was nothing but the endless, sloping dark. Your father has no authority here, little priest, a voice whispered, and it was everywhere at once. It was not a sound that traveled through the air to my ears. It was a thought, an intrusion planted directly into my mind. It was ancient and patient, filled with a cold, reptilian amusement. This mountain belongs to my master. It has for ages beyond your reckoning. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced the armor of my faith. But I could not falter now. To show fear was to give the enemy a weapon. I gripped the wooden cross that hung around my neck, its familiar shape a small comfort in the suffocating blackness. The earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof, I retorted, my voice shaking but resolute. You are a trespasser here, a blight upon this land. I command you to leave! The only reply was that same dry chuckle, which seemed to follow me as I pressed on, my faith, now a flickering candle against a rising gale. I would not be deterred. I would face this thing. I would see the face of the evil that had taken root in my town, and I would cast it out. I just prayed that my light and my life would not be extinguished in the process. The mocking laughter was a corrosive agent, eating away at the edges of my resolve. Every step I took deeper into the earth was an act of defiance, not just against the entity that dwelled here, but against the screaming instinct for self-preservation that had taken root in my own heart. I pushed onward. My grandfather's Bible held before me like a shield, its familiar weight a small, solid anchor in this sea of suffocating dread. The main shaft continued its relentless downward slope, and the oppressive heat grew with each yard I covered. It was a physical presence, a smothering blanket that made my robes cling to me with sweat and my lungs burn with every breath. The air grew thick, heavy with the stench of sulfur and something else, something metallic and vaguely organic, like old blood. The voice did not speak to me again for a time, but I felt its presence. It was a constant, malevolent awareness, a pressure against my mind. It was watching, waiting, savoring my fear, as a gourmand might savor a fine wine. The silence returned, but it was different now. It was an expectant silence, the kind that precedes a lightning strike. My headlamp beam seemed to shrink, its light swallowed by a darkness that felt ancient and solid. I passed side tunnels, dark and forbidding mouths, that branched off from the main shaft, and I felt a distinct, chilling impression of movement from within them, of unseen things scuttling just beyond the reach of my light. I did not dare to look. My focus was on the path ahead, on the source of the growing heat, and the reddish glow that was now beginning to stain the darkness in the distance. I continued my recitation of the rite, my voice growing hoarse, the holy words feeling increasingly hollow and futile in this place that God had seemingly abandoned. I adjure you, ancient serpent, by the judge of the living and the dead, by your creator, by the creator of the whole universe. The words were a lifeline, a mantra to keep the encroaching madness at bay. But with every verse, the feeling of being watched intensified, and the dry, grinding chuckle echoed in my memory. Finally, the tunnel widened, the rock walls pulling back to reveal a space so vast it defied comprehension. I had stepped out of the narrow confines of the mine shaft and into a cavern of colossal scale. My headlamp beam was utterly lost in the immensity of it, unable to find the far walls or the ceiling, which was lost in a swirling, inky blackness high above. The entire cavern was illuminated by a flickering, ruddy glow that seemed to emanate not from a single source, but from the very rock itself. Veins of some deep red mineral pulsed with a soft, internal light, like the embers of a world-sized fire, casting long, dancing shadows that writhed and twisted like living things. The air here was almost unbreathable, a furnace blast of heat and brimstone. In the exact center of the cavern floor, my light found it, the source of the heat, the focus of this place's evil. It was a shaft, a pit descending into the earth. It was perfectly circular, a black, glassy wound perhaps 50 feet in diameter, its edges so sharp and precise, they could not have been made by human tools. It was from this abyss that the sulfurous stench and the waves of heat rolled forth. This was it, the heart of the darkness, the place where this mine ceased to be a human endeavor and became a gateway to somewhere else. I walked toward it, my boots crunching on loose scree, the sound echoing unnaturally in the vast, silent space. I stood at the very edge of the pit and peered down. There was no bottom, only an infinite, heat-haze blackness that seemed to pull at my senses, promising a final, terrible fall. This was the nexus of the despair that played Hemlock Hollow. I could feel it, a radiating wave of pure nihilism, a spiritual poison that had seeped up from the depths and into the world above. Steeling myself, I raised my grandfather's Bible high, my knuckles white. My fear was a cold knot in my stomach, but my purpose was clear. This was the moment of confrontation. Be the power vested in me by Almighty God, in the holy name of Jesus Christ, I command you to show yourself, demon. My voice, though trembling, boomed across the cavern, a challenge thrown into the abyss. The mocking laughter echoed again, louder this time, resonating from the depths of the pit itself. It was a chorus of scorn and ancient hatred. Demon? The voice hissed, the thought slithering into my mind, dripping with contempt. Your kind is so limited in your understanding, so wedded to your simple little stories of good and evil. We are so much more than that. And then, from the pit, they rose. It was not one, but dozens of them ascending from the blackness on unseen currents of superheated air. They rose not with the fury of a hellish legion, but with a slow, deliberate, and utterly terrifying grace. They were humanoid in shape, tall and gaunt, but their skin was not flesh. It was the color and texture of scorched fire. Blackened rock, cracked and fissured, with a faint, angry red light glowing from within the cracks, as if their very blood was magma. Their eyes were not eyes at all, but twin embers of burning coal, glowing with a malevolent intelligence that was utterly alien. Small, vestigial wings, like those of a bat, but made of sharp, volcanic rock, protruded from their shoulder blades. Their hands were long and spidery, ending not in fingers, but in razor, sharp claws of black, glistening obsidian. They were not demons, not in any biblical sense I had ever studied. They were something else, something native to the deep, hot, secret places of the earth. They were elementals of fire and stone, ancient and terrible, and I had trespassed in their domain. They arranged themselves around the edge of the pit, their burning eyes fixed on me, their collective presence a physical weight of ancient malevolence that pressed down on my soul. One of them, slightly larger than the rest, glided forward. When it spoke, its voice was not a single sound, but a chorus of grinding stones, of shifting tectonic plates, of the deep groaning of the earth itself. For millennia, we have slept. The lead creature said, the words forming in my mind, a telepathic choir of damnation. In the warm heart of the world, we dreamed. But the men who dug this hole, your kind, they woke us. With their noise and their machines, they bored into our sanctuary. They disturbed our slumber. The creature took another step closer, the heat radiating from its body scorching the air. And so, we made a deal with the masters of the men who dug. Their masters wanted coal, the black rock that burns. Our master, it said, and the name it implanted in my mind was not one from any human scripture, a sound of crushing and burning, wanted souls. A simple trade, a tithe. 1 in every 100 miners who entered this mountain was ours. Their bodies were never found. Their life fire, their souls, they fueled our long awakening. I stared in absolute horror, my mind reeling, my entire theological worldview shattering into a million pieces. The mine wasn't a gate to hell. It was a slaughterhouse. a place of ritual sacrifice, where human lives were traded for corporate profit. The evil wasn't just a supernatural entity from the abyss. It was a pact, a sin committed by men long dead, their greed echoing down through the generations to poison my flock. The despair of Hemlock Hollow wasn't a curse. It was the spiritual fallout of an industrial, scale blood sacrifice. Your faith is a pretty thing, priest, the creature rasped, its obsidian claws flexing. It is a surface light, born of the sun. It has no power in the deep places. The sun does not shine here. They began to close in, a circle of walking furnaces, their coal like eyes burning with a cold, hungry light. Instinctively, I held up the silver cross around my neck, its surface gleaming in the hellish red light. Be gone, creatures of darkness. They only laughed, a sound like an avalanche. I fumbled for my vial of holy water, my hands shaking uncontrollably, and threw its contents at the lead creature. The blessed water arsed through the air, but it evaporated with a loud hiss of steam a full foot before it could touch the creature's smoldering hide. It had no effect. My faith, my sacred tools, they were useless. They were children's toys in the face of this ancient, elemental reality. The God I had served my entire life had no dominion here. The hiss of evaporating holy water was the sound of my soul extinguishing. In that moment, everything I had built my life upon, my faith, my calling, my understanding of the cosmic order, crumbled into ash. The God I had worshipped, the Savior I had preached, the Holy Spirit I had felt move in the hearts of my congregation, they were absent here. This was a place outside their jurisdiction, a deeper, older sovereignty that did not recognize their light. I was alone, a tiny, fragile man in a robe, holding a useless book and a worthless piece of silver, surrounded by beings born from the planet's molten heart. The circle of scorched, rock creatures tightened around me, their collective heat blistering my skin, their obsidian claws glinting in the hellish, red light. My grandfather's Bible slipped from my numb fingers and fell to the cavern floor with a soft thud. The sound was pathetic, insignificant in the vast, oppressive silence. I did not beg, I did not scream. A strange, cold calm washed over me, the kind that comes when all hope is lost. I had come here to be a warrior for God, to cast out a demon. Instead, I had found a truth far more terrible, that humanity was not the sole inheritor of this world, and that our mythologies were just stories we told ourselves to feel safe in the light of the sun. In the deep places, older things held sway. I closed my eyes, expecting the searing pain of their claws, a swift and brutal end. I offered up one last, silent, hopeless prayer. Not for deliverance, but simply as an act of final, futile defiance. But the killing blow never came. Instead, one of the creatures reached out with its long spidery hand. I flinched, but it did not strike. Its obsidian talons, sharper than any razor, gently plucked the wooden cross from my neck, the leather cord snapping with a faint pop. It held the cross before its burning coal eyes, examining it with an air of detached, ancient curiosity, the way a geologist might examine a peculiar stone. The lead creature, the one who had spoken to me, let out that grating, stone-on-stone chuckle. Your symbols are empty. The thought echoed in my mind. They are anchors cast in a shallow sea. Here the ocean is deep. It tossed the cross aside, and it clattered somewhere in the darkness. Death would be a mercy, a release. Our master is not merciful. They did not kill me. What they did was infinitely worse. They put me to work. Two of them seized me by the arms, their grip like heated iron vises. Their touch did not burn my flesh in the way a fire would. It was a deeper, more invasive heat that seemed to cook me from the inside out, making my bones ache and my blood feel as if it were simmering. They dragged me away from the great pit, away from the vast central cavern, and into one of the smaller, unlit tunnels that branched off into the darkness. My headlamp had been crushed under a careless step, and I was plunged into a total, absolute blackness, guided only by the agonizing grip of my captors and the faint, internal glow that emanated from their cracked, rocky hides. They dragged me for what felt like miles, through twisting passages and down steep, treacherous inclines. The air grew hotter, thicker, until every breath was a gasp for scalding, sulfurous air. Finally, they stopped and threw me to the ground. I landed hard on a floor of sharp, volcanic rock that tore at my clothes and skin. For a moment, I lay there, a broken heap of failed faith and shattered bones. "You came to cleanse this place." The lead creature's voice intruded into my consciousness. It was standing over me, a towering silhouette of darkness and faint red light. "Instead, you will help it grow. You will make way for the new world." Its command was not spoken, but it was absolute, a psychic imperative that bypassed reason and compelled obedience. "Dig." I looked at my hands, the soft, pale hands of a scholar and a preacher, hands that had turned the pages of holy books and anointed the heads of the sick. Then I looked at the wall of solid rock in front of me. The command came again, stronger this time, a spike of pure agony driven into my mind. "Dig." I had no tools. No pickaxe, no shovel. Sobbing, I began to claw at the rock with my bare hands. At first, it was useless. The stone was unyielding, scraping my skin, tearing my fingernails from their beds. The pain was excruciating, but the psychic torment from the creature was worse. A relentless pressure that threatened to shatter my sanity. So I dug. I scraped and clawed and pulled at the rock, my blood and skin smearing the unyielding surface. Hours bled into days. I lost all track of time in the ceaseless, lightless heat. My captors stood watch, silent and unmoving, their ember eyes the only stars in my private universe of agony. They did not offer me food or water. I should have died of thirst, of exhaustion, but I did not. Some malevolent energy seemed to flow from them. A dark sustenance that kept my body functioning long past its limits, fueling my torment. My hands were ruined, stripped of flesh down to the bone. But slowly, impossibly, the rock began to give way. Small pieces crumbled, then larger chunks. I was not merely digging. They were focusing my despair, my pain, turning me into a tool, my very life force a chisel against the stone. In the long, silent stretches of my labor, they spoke to me, pouring their alien philosophy into my broken mind. They told me of their master, the deep heart of the world, and of a promise that had been made. "Your master, the one you call God?" The lead creature explained, its tone one of cold, academic lecture. He promised a world of souls to his followers, a great harvest. Our master heard this promise, and he desires his share. He is patient. He has waited for eons. The bargain struck for this mine was but a taste, an appetizer for the feast to come. My mind, fractured by pain and despair, struggled to comprehend. "This is a lie," I managed to rasp, my voice a dry crackle. "Is it?" the creature countered. "Your kind speaks of a new kingdom, of the meek inheriting the earth. We are simply preparing the ground. We are widening the tunnels, opening the gates. When the harvest comes, our master will be ready to receive his tithe. And you, little priest, you will be the first of his new workforce." I am writing this now in a moment of respite. They have left me for a time, disappearing back into the darkness, leaving me slumped and broken in the tunnel I have carved. I do not know why. Perhaps they are tending to some deeper business. Perhaps this is simply another form of torture. A brief taste of solitude before they return. I found my grandfather's Bible, its pages scattered near where I dropped it. Most are ruined, but I found a blank hymn sheet in the back. Using a small piece of charcoal from the rock, I am scratching out these words. My hands are mangled claws, and every letter is in agony. I write this not with any hope of rescue. There is no rescue from this place. I write this as a warning, a final testament. The evil in these hills is not a spirit to be exorcised. It is a geological fact, an ancient power that made a deal with the greed of men. They haven't killed me. They have given me a new purpose. I am a tool, a slave. The first apostle of a new and terrible gospel being written in the heart of the earth. They are forcing me to dig to prepare the way. As I write, I can feel a faint tremor in the rock, a deep, rhythmic pulse from the direction of the great pit. They are stirring. The creatures told me the tithe. The price for the coal is due again soon. And I fear, with the last shred of my sanity, that this time, they will not be content with just 1 in 100. They are preparing for a much larger harvest. And I, Gideon Price, who was once a man of God, am now their harbinger. My name is Odin. In the world that was, I had a last name, a social security number, and a job in logistics that paid the bills. None of that matters now. The only name that matters is Odin, because that is the name of the man who survived. For years, I was what they called a survivalist, a term often spoken with a smirk. To my friends over beers and backyard barbecues, I was the resident, doomsday prepper. They'd laugh when I'd talk about EMP, shielded containers, or the shelf life of MREs. Odin, you're paranoid. My friend Dave used to say, clapping me on the shoulder. The world isn't going to end tomorrow. He was right. It ended the day after. Now, Dave, his wife, their kids, all the people who called me paranoid, they're just dust in the wind, scattered atoms in a radioactive sky. When the end came, it wasn't a surprise. Not to me. The news had been a low, rumbling drumbeat of escalating tensions for months. While others saw political posturing, I saw the inevitable math of human aggression. So, when the emergency alert system shrieked its final, terrifying message across every television and phone, I wasn't panicked. I was ready. My bug-out bag, a 70-pound pack I could carry for miles, was by the door. My Geiger counter, calibrated and tested weekly, was in the top pouch. My destination was already programmed into a GPS that I wouldn't need, for I knew the way by heart. The abandoned Solidarity mine. It wasn't just any mine. Tucked away in a forgotten fold of the Appalachian Mountains, it was a deep, stable granite bore that had been defunct for half a century. I discovered it on a hiking trip a decade ago, and immediately saw its potential. For 10 years, it was my obsession, my secret project, my life's true work. I poured nearly every spare dollar and weekend into it. I taught myself structural engineering, ventilation systems, and hydrology. I spent a fortune on a Swiss-made water filtration system that could make battery acid drinkable. I installed a small diesel generator, shielded in a lead-lined chamber with enough fuel to last 6 months. And the door was my masterpiece. A 4-ton slab of reinforced steel, set into a concrete frame I had mixed and poured myself, bag by agonizing bag. I had spent years converting that dark, forgotten hole into a fallout shelter, a modern-day fortress. A tomb for one. The drive to the mine was surreal. The world was ending in flashes of light on the horizon, but on the backroads I traveled, the trees stood silent, witnesses to a history they would outlive. I made it to the entrance, a gaping maw in the side of a granite cliff face, just as the sky to the east turned a sickening, incandescent white. The air grew hot, and a low, guttural roar began to build, a sound that felt like the planet itself was being torn apart. I threw my weight against the massive steel door, the locking pins sliding home with the satisfying finality of a coffin lid. I was inside. Just as the shockwave hit, the entire mountain seemed to shudder, and the door groaned, a deep, resonant sound of tortured metal. Dust and small pebbles rained down from the ceiling of the entrance tunnel. Then silence. A profound, absolute silence that was more deafening than the roar that preceded it. I was alone. I was safe. I had survived the apocalypse. For the first month, routine was my religion. It was the only thing that kept the screaming silence at bay. My days were measured by the hum of the generator and the hiss of the air filtration system. I'd wake at 0600, perform a systems check, and log the readings in a thick leather-bound journal. Power consumption, air quality, water purity, radiation levels. The numbers were my new gospel. My Geiger counter, which had screamed hysterically on the surface, now offered a calm, steady clicking, a lullaby of safety. The granite walls, hundreds of feet thick, were doing their job, shielding me from the radioactive hellscape above. I lived on canned food and filtered water. Each meal was a calculated withdrawal from my meticulously organized stores. I had enough to last 5 years, if I was careful. I'd eat in silence at a small metal table, the beam of my headlamp cutting a solitary circle of light in the vast darkness. The mine was my sanctuary, but it was also a tomb. A deep, silent vault that had protected me from the end of the world, but had also sealed me away from it. In the evenings, I would sit with my shortwave radio, turning the dial with a slow, deliberate hand. I was searching for ghosts, for any sign that I wasn't the last man alive. Mostly, there was nothing but static, the hiss and crackle of a dead world. But sometimes I'd catch fragments. A desperate voice from a military broadcast, cut off mid-sentence. A loop of an automated emergency message from a city that no longer existed. Once, I heard what sounded like a woman crying, a faint, ethereal sound that slipped through the static, for a few seconds before vanishing forever. Each time, it was a fresh stab of grief, a reminder of the 7.8 billion people I had outlived. I was the curator of a museum with no visitors, the king of a silent, empty kingdom. But the mine wasn't as dead as I thought. The silence wasn't as absolute as I believed. It began so subtly that I almost missed it. It was during the third week, as I was conducting my nightly inventory check, clipboard in hand. I heard a noise, a faint, rhythmic scratching. It seemed to be coming from deep within the mine, from a section I had not explored. When I first bought the claim, I'd found that the main shaft branched off into a smaller, older tunnel. The support beams were rotten, and the air was stale, so I had sealed it off with a double, thick wall of cinder blocks and mortar, wanting to ensure the structural integrity of my shelter. The sound was coming from behind that wall. My first thought was logical, practical. Rats. Or some other burrowing animal that had been trapped inside when I sealed the entrance. Mutated by the fallout, perhaps driven mad by hunger. They were trying to get to my food stores. The thought was unsettling, but manageable. I had traps. I had a shotgun. It was a problem, but a problem I could solve. I made a note in my logbook. Investigate anomalous sounds from sealed tunnel, and tried to put it out of my mind. But the sound was persistent. It would stop for hours, then start again, always the same. A dry, scraping sound. Scrape, 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 like claws on rock. Then came the whispers. They started in the second month. I'd be drifting off to sleep on my cot, the generator humming its monotonous tune, and I'd hear them. Faint, sibilant whispers that seemed to ride on the very edge of hearing, like the rustle of dry leaves. I could never make out words. It was just the sound of speech, a conspiratorial murmur in a language I didn't know. I told myself it was the ventilation system. The complex series of ducts and fans could be creating odd acoustics, phantom noises in the dark. Or, more likely, it was my own mind, cracking under the strain of absolute, suffocating isolation. I was, after all, quite possibly the last man on Earth. A little madness was to be expected. I started talking to myself more, just to fill the silence with a voice I recognized. I recited old poems, listed the names of state capitals. Anything to drown out the whispers that weren't there. But they were always waiting in the quiet moments, coiling in the darkness just beyond my lamp's glow. The scratching continued, a maddening counterpoint to the phantom whispers. My sanctuary was beginning to feel less like a fortress and more like a cage. And I was starting to suspect I wasn't the only one inside. The breaking point came on the morning of day 68. It wasn't a sudden snap, but a slow, grinding erosion of my sanity. The constant, low-level anxiety had become my new normal. The scratching from behind the cinder block wall was the soundtrack to my existence, a maddening, intermittent rhythm that drilled into my skull. The whispers had grown more frequent, no longer confined to the edge of sleep. I'd hear them while I was eating, while I was cleaning my shotgun for the 10th time. A faint chorus of sibilant, overlapping voices. I started leaving the generator running for longer periods, not for the power, but for the noise. The steady, mechanical drone was a shield against the sounds that were trying to claw their way into my mind. I was losing the war of attrition against the silence and what lay within it. I had meticulously documented every occurrence in my logbook, my handwriting growing tighter and more jagged with each entry. Day 54 scratching began at or 3:15, lasted 28 minutes. Seemed more frantic. Day 61. Heard whispers near the water filtration unit. Distinctly heard a sound like my name, though that's impossible. I was a man who believed in evidence, in data. But the data was painting a picture of my own descent into madness. Was this what absolute solitude did to a person? Did it carve out the rational parts of your brain and fill the voids with phantoms? The paranoia was a physical thing, a cold weight in my gut. I found myself jumping at shadows, spinning around to face empty tunnels. The beam of my headlamp cutting frantic arcs through the oppressive dark. That morning, I was doing my rounds, checking the seals on my food containers when I noticed it. A discrepancy. A detail so wrong, so utterly impossible, that my mind momentarily refused to process it. One of the cinder blocks in the wall I had built, the wall sealing off the old tunnel, had been moved. It was shifted outward by about 3 inches, breaking the clean, mortared line of the rest of the wall. A dark, jagged gap now existed where there had been a perfect seal. I froze, my blood turning to ice water in my veins. This wasn't a phantom whisper. This wasn't a sound I could dismiss as a trick of the mind. This was a physical fact. The block was heavy. I remembered the strain in my back and shoulders from hoisting each one into place. It was a solid 80-pound block of concrete. No rat, no matter how mutated, could have moved it. The air in the mine suddenly felt thick, heavy, and hard to breathe. The cold dread that washed over me had nothing to do with the nuclear winter raging on the surface. It was an ancient, subterranean cold. I wasn't alone down here. The thought, which had been a paranoid suspicion for weeks, now solidified into terrifying certainty. My training, my years of preparation kicked in. Fear was a luxury I couldn't afford. It had to be channeled into action. I retreated to my main living area, my movements stiff and deliberate. I chambered around into my 12-gauge shotgun, the shuck-shuck sound, echoing unnaturally loud in the cavern. I clipped a powerful, high-lumen flashlight to the barrel, its beam cutting a perfect, unwavering circle in the darkness. I strapped my .45 automatic to my hip as a backup. I was armed for a war, but I had no idea what my enemy was. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird as I cautiously approached the wall. Every sense was on high alert. The air smelled different near the gap, stale with an underlying earthy scent of decay, like old bones or damp soil. The scratching had stopped. The whispers were gone. The silence that remained was heavy with anticipation. It was waiting. I crouched low, my shotgun held at the ready. With the toe of my boot, I nudged the displaced cinder block. It shifted easily, scraping against the concrete floor. It had been loosened from the inside. Something had pushed it out. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I slid the block completely out of the way, opening a dark, gaping hole in the wall. I pressed my face to the opening, the cold concrete rough against my cheek, and shined my light into the darkness beyond. The beam sliced through a blackness so total. It seemed to drink the light. It landed on something pale and hunched in the far corner of the tunnel, about 20 feet away. My mind struggled to categorize what I was seeing. It was humanoid in shape, but grotesquely wrong. Its limbs were too long, stretched and thin like a spider's legs. Its skin was a sickly, translucent white, the color of a grub, and seemed to cling directly to the bone. A network of dark veins was visible beneath the surface, pulsing slowly. It had no eyes, just a smooth, seamless expanse of skin where they should have been. Its head was large and oblong, and it was bent over something on the floor, its long, skeletal fingers digging at the rock. As the light hit it, it froze. Slowly, unnervingly, it turned its head towards the beam. The movement was jerky, unnatural. Its face was a nightmarish canvas of sensory organs I couldn't comprehend. Slits on the side of its head, where ears might be, fluttered open and closed. Its mouth, a lipless gash that stretched nearly from ear to ear, opened in a silent snarl, revealing rows of needle-like, translucent teeth. A wave of primal terror, the likes of which I had never known, washed over me. This was not a product of the fallout. This was not some mutated creature born of the atomic age. This was older. This was something that had survived a different, more ancient apocalypse. Something that had been living down here, in the crushing dark, for a very, very long time. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The miners who dug this hole a century ago hadn't just found a granite seam. They had broken into a tomb, a shelter, a nest. I scrambled backward, my mind screaming. I slammed the cinder block back into the gap, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip it. I didn't have any mortar, nothing to seal it properly. I just wedged it in as tightly as I could, my breath coming in ragged, panicked gasps. I retreated from the wall, my back hitting the cold granite of the opposite tunnel, and slid to the floor, my shotgun clattering beside me. The scratching on the other side of the wall stopped. For a moment, there was only the sound of my own ragged breathing and the frantic thumping of my heart. Then, a new sound began. A heavy, rhythmic thud. It was the sound of a fist or a head or some bony appendage slamming against the inside of the cinder block wall. T-sheet. It was trying to break through. And it was no longer trying to be quiet about it. For a week that felt like a lifetime, the thudding was a constant, terrifying drumbeat against the wall. T-sheet. It was the new pulse of my world, a monstrous heartbeat counting down my final moments. Sleep became a forgotten luxury. Every time I drifted off, the percussive impacts would jolt me awake, my heart racing. The shotgun clutched in my sweaty hands. I wedged a heavy steel storage locker against the cinder block wall. A futile gesture of defiance against a force that could move solid concrete. The impacts never faltered. They were methodical, patient, and filled with a terrifying, alien intelligence. It wasn't the frantic scrabbling of a beast. It was the deliberate work of a demolitions expert. I existed in a state of heightened, frayed nerve terror. I drank coffee until my hands shook, pacing the confines of my shelter. My headlamp beam a frantic metronome in the dark. I imagined the creature on the other side, its eyeless face turned towards the wall, its long, pale limbs drawing back and slamming forward with relentless force. What was it made of to withstand such repeated impacts? What ancient biology allowed it to strike solid rock and concrete without shattering? My preparations, my years of planning for human threats, marauders, radiation sickness, starvation, were a bitter joke. I had a shotgun that was useless against an enemy I couldn't see, and a fortress whose walls were about to be breached from within. My meticulously organized sanctuary had become a coffin, and something was trying to hammer its way in. Then, on the 8th day, it stopped. The sudden, absolute silence was more terrifying than the noise had ever been. It crashed down on me, a physical weight that pressed in on my eardrums. My own breathing sounded like a hurricane in the stillness. I stood frozen for an hour, my shotgun aimed at the wall, my muscles screaming in protest. Nothing. The silence held. It was a thinking silence, a predatory stillness. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that it hadn't given up. It was changing tactics. It was looking for another way in. The next few days were a special kind of hell. I became a ghost in my own tomb, moving with paranoid stealth, listening. I did a full diagnostic of my shelter, my flashlight beam probing every inch of the granite walls, every ventilation duct, every fissure in the rock. The mine was a labyrinth, a network of tunnels that snaked deep into the mountain. I had only mapped and secured the main shafts. What other, older tunnels might connect to its subterranean world? Where was the weakness? Where would it strike next? The whispers returned, louder this time, slithering through the silence from all directions at once. They were no longer at the edge of hearing, but seemed to be originating from inside my own skull. A chorus of dry, rustling voices speaking in a language of pure dread. I am writing this now in my logbook, my hand shaking so badly the words are barely legible. I'm using the last of the battery power from a portable lamp. The main generator started failing 2 days ago. The diesel engine sputtered and died, and despite all my knowledge, I couldn't fix it. The air filtration system went with it. The air is growing thick and stale. The darkness is encroaching, but that is the least of my concerns. The thudding has started again. It began an hour ago. A low, grinding scrape that made me freeze in the middle of a cold meal of canned beans. I stood up, shotgun in hand, and listened. It wasn't coming from the cinder block wall anymore. I crept through the tunnels, my ears straining, trying to pinpoint the source. The sound grew louder, more distinct. It was a heavy, grating noise, the sound of something immensely strong and sharp digging into rock. And it was coming from above, from the solid granite ceiling of my shelter. I looked up, my headlamp beam trembling on the rough, hewn rock 20 feet above me. It's impossible. That's solid mountain. Hundreds, maybe thousands of tons of granite between me and the poisoned sky. But the sound is undeniable. A deep, rhythmic scrape, thud, scrape, thud. It's digging. It's digging its way down to me. The whispers are a constant roar in my head now, a triumphant, hateful sound. I finally understood the horror of my situation. It wasn't just trying to get into my shelter. It was reminding me that the entire mountain was its shelter. I was the one who was trapped in a tiny, insignificant box. I survived the end of the world. I survived the bombs, the fire, the radiation. I was prepared for the horrors of man, for the desperate violence of the dying. I built a fortress to protect myself from my own species. But I wasn't prepared for the things that were already here, waiting patiently in the dark beneath our feet. I thought this mine was my shelter, my salvation, but it was its home first. And it doesn't like intruders. The scraping is getting louder. Dust is starting to fall from the ceiling.